Recording has begun. Good evening. This is the August 26th regular meeting of the Compliance and Amendments Committee of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force of the City and County of San Francisco. The time is 4:38 p.m. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and its committees convene in hybrid meetings that allow for either in-person attendance or remote participation. Public comment will be taken on each item of the agenda. Meeting decorum for the evening. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and its committee members may call for decorum due to the disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and/or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. Additional public comment. Please note that if you are in the online community, we are not checking the chat that is in the WebEx application. And the reason we're not checking is because members who are in the room or people who have called into the meeting are not able to see the comments. Therefore, please do not use the chat in WebEx. Chair LaHood, that completes my announcements.
Okay, thank you. Please call the first item.
Item number 1, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes. We're not aware of any agenda changes.
Okay, please call, we have to call roll.
Calling the roll, Chair LaHood.
I just got a, before we start, present, I just got a message from member, never mind. That was a delayed message. Present.
Member Wolf.
Present.
Member Wolf, present. Member Pilbell.
Present.
Member Pilbell, present. Member Anderson.
Present.
Member Anderson, present. All present. We have a quorum. Item 2.
Yes, please.
Item 2, approval of the April 22nd, 2025 Compliance and Amendments Committee regular meeting minutes.
Thank you. And were you able to make adjustments that were discussed at previous meetings?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have any discussion on this or a motion to approve the minutes? Member Pilpel.
Good news and bad news. The good news is I have reviewed them. The bad news is I still have some issues.
Are they minor?
They're actually not, but I wanted to raise a few for discussion. So on page 1, the third graph, please reference the audio timestamps. I think that could be put in brackets or bold or something because it's not actually minutes of the meeting. It's like a note.
I'm going to take that for future reference. I don't think
fine.
that should hold up approving the minutes.
That's fine.
But Ms. Peterson, do we, for future reference, although, you know what, I think that's acceptable with agenda changes, but I think it's an interesting suggestion, noted.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Okay. On page 2.
I'm sorry, Chair LaHood, what is my action?
Member Pilpel suggested in the first item, the third paragraph, it says, please reference the audio timestamps of each item below as the items were not necessarily heard in the sequence listed. And I think Member Pilpel is suggesting that sort of like stage direction, maybe we want that in a different font, whether it's italicized or something like that, to indicate that it's not actually minutes, but it's instructions to people reading the minutes.
Noted, thank you.
I don't have a great solution for how, but something.
But I hear
Yes,
what you're saying.
You captured it.
Yeah.
On page 2, at the end of item 5, the items 5 and 6 were called together. I think that's fine, but I would prefer that be not buried because I think those things tend to get buried and should be.
Again, that's another sort of stage direction item.
Understood.
Yeah.
Yes. At the bottom of page 2, the reference to Shayna Dines does not identify that she works for SFMTA. And I think the sentence after that would read better to say SFMTA has not provided other records because there was one record provided by Ms. Dines, but I think Mr. Kaniha stated that MTA did not provide other records. Respondent could say SFMTA. On page 3, the first reference to Lieutenant Ozol, I think could identify him with the police department as the respondent. some minor things on page 4.
It does identify him as the respondent. In item 7?
Right, but it doesn't identify him with the police department. Usually we say,
In the written comments, I believe what was changed was we added his name, Christopher. If in the written comments for changes, we could make those additional changes.
Yeah.
I'll add them.
that's fine. On page 4, similarly, the first reference to DeVaris Robinson says respondent, but it doesn't identify him as being with the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing. So usually we say name department respondent.
Okay, I'm going to ask the other members. I hear what you're saying. I like your recommendations
That's fine.
for going forward. Members, do we think that these changes need to be made in order to approve the minutes, or are these just good? I mean, I could go, I would like to hear what the other members think as far as whether we should request that these changes be made and approve the minutes. Are they minor enough where we could make those changes and approve them?
I believe they are.
Okay.
I believe they are. I don't think they substantively change what's written in there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Member Wolf, any thoughts? Is Member Wolf, are you able to hear us? We cannot hear you if you're speaking.
Member Wolf, you've been unmuted.
Member Wolf, could you speak so we can make sure that we can hear you?
I believe Member Wolf may have stepped away,
Okay,
noting that he is not present at 4:45 p.m.
okay.
Regardless of whether the minutes are approved,
Mhm.
could I have them read into the record if you're going?
May I attempt to do that based on what Member Pilpel said, and Member Pilpel jump in if I'm missing anything? And I'm going to not make the stage direction changes, although I think that is a good, you know what?
Do you want me to just finish with my
Oh, I thought you were
suggestions?
done. Sorry.
Trying to be. So finishing on page 4, the DeVaris Robinson paragraph, the second line, since determined that a small portion of the chords, I think that word should be records.
Where are you?
Page 4,
Yes.
item 8, the paragraph that starts with DeVaris Robinson.
I see records. Oh, second line. Yep. Mm-hmm.
I could have been an editor. Never mind. Records could be, I might say, deemed public records rather than argued as, but in any event, records is the correct word there. Some minor things with the and periods and such. On page 5, item 9, action moved by Member Pilpel, seconded by Member Wolf, to refer the matter to the task force with the request that Ashley Summers, and I would suggest adding a parenthetical, recreation and park, attend and respond, because there's no other reference to who she is and how she's connected. Most importantly, since I can't remember why, but I was noted absent at 5:45 p.m. on item 10, the members reviewed sections blank. I don't know what sections were reviewed because I had to absent myself. And I'm assuming that the additional discussion relative to Member Wolf happened and was germane, but I have no idea what sections were reviewed. And I think that's fairly material to these minutes. You see where I'm referencing?
Yes, I see where you're referencing. I'm thinking.
My other edits are simply silent.
So, Ms. Peterson, you would like Member Pilpel to restate? I should have. Okay. To be clear, I believe the additions we're asking for are in Member Pilpel, could you restate the ones that are not about stage directions?
Yes.
Okay.
Page 2 on the bottom, the line that begins with Paul Kaniha stated that one document has been provided by Shayna Dines, add of SFMTA. Next sentence, SFMTA has not provided insert other records.
Okay, so that's on page 2.
Yep.
Okay.
Page 3, item 7, paragraph that starts with Lieutenant Jonathan Ozel, insert police department before responded. I'm skipping the, yeah, that's fine. Page 4, item 8, the paragraph that starts with DeVaris Robinson, insert either Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing or HOM or HSH, some reference to the department prior to respondent. On the second line of that paragraph, a small portion of the records to replace chords. And then maybe could
It's
be
about
the,
3/4 of the way down the second line.
yeah. Skipping these and periods and such. On page 5, the action paragraph, to add recreation and park in parens after Ashley Summers. And most importantly, on page 5, item 10, the members reviewed sections blank, and I'm just seeing at the end, Chair Yankee, that the matter be considered by the full task force, TASK. Those are the substantive edits. The others are stylistic.
Okay, at this, Ms. Peterson, would it be, only because I've been tracking the document on an ongoing basis? You know what? I think for item number 10, let's say reviewed sections of the ordinance beginning with chapter 6726. And leave it at that because, you know, we don't get that far. If somebody started there, they could understand that we did some sections following that. I would like to make a motion to make the suggested edits just described by Member Pilpel and to update the first part of item number 10 to say the members reviewed
Sections of
the Sunshine Ordinance beginning with 67.26. Do I have a second?
Second.
And let's call for public comment unless a member Wolf has returned and has anything to say.
I'm here.
Oh, did you hear when we were asking for you before?
No,
Okay.
Member Wolf noted present at 4:52.
Okay, before we call for public comment, do you have?
I was here way before that. I heard almost the whole minutes from a review from Member Pilpel.
Okay, do you have a suggested time? I noted that you may have been gone at 4:45 PM.
Oh, no, I've been here. I've been here almost the whole time.
We might have had an audio issue then, because I was trying to see if you had anything to say, and I don't know if you were responding, but you may have been responding and we couldn't hear you.
Okay. I've been here the whole time.
Okay. Ms. Peterson, let's call for public comment on the motion.
Members of the public and the online community, if you'd like to make public comment on item 2, please raise your hand in the app or press *3 on your telephone. I'll give you a moment. We have no one in the queue.
Okay, please call the vote.
Calling the vote on item 2. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Wolf, Pilpel, aye. 4 ayes.
Okay. Please call the next item.
Item 3, approval of the June 24, 2025 Compliance and Amendments Committee special meeting minutes.
Do we have any edits on these minutes?
I do. One moment.
Okay.
Sorry. In recess. Okay. Second. On page 2, item 5,
Mhm,
is the Jonathan Baylog matter.
mhm,
Jonas, the paragraph that starts with Jonas Ionin.
mhm.
Can we add planning department before respondent?
Yes, I think
Okay.
that's, yep.
Skipping stage directions. I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. Member Wolf was absent, but then at some point, Member Wolf appeared, and I don't have. a
Yeah,
note
I
of that,
noticed that too, because he started participating,
which was great, by the way.
which was great, but we need to know when he arrived. And it looks like it was probably after item number 5, but Ms. Peterson, could we confirm that?
Yes.
Okay, in any event, on page 3, on item 8, my notes indicate that, Member Wolf seconded the motion, so he was definitely paying attention there. And there were 4 votes in favor, so the ayes should be 4.
Yes, that was a
4 to
good
0.
catch.
3 plus 1. Yeah. Okay. I think the description under item 9 is probably sufficient. I mean, we could say discuss section 67.26 and 67.27, 29, 29-1. If you want to just leave it at discussed amendments, that's good enough. Yes, I'm sure we were in recess. We attempted to take public comment. There wasn't any. Recess again, bada boom, bada bing. Adjourned at 8:19. Yeah, okay. I think that does the trick for me.
Ms. Peterson, other than knowing the exact, the moment when Member Wolf returned, do you have a clear sense of those updates?
I have markups to anyone.
Yes, and Member Pilpel will be providing them in writing.
Yep.
Okay, and those
There's not very much on this.
seemed fairly minor. Members Anderson and Wolf, do you have anything to add or comments on those suggestions?
Nope.
I'm happy to move approval
I
with
don't-
edits.
I don't either.
Okay, so you're making, Member Pilpel's making a motion to approve with edits?
Yes.
Second.
Okay, if we could call for public comment?
Members of the community wishing to make public comment on item 3, please raise your hand in the app or press *3 on your telephone. If you're in the room, please approach the podium. We'll give you a moment. We have no one in the queue.
Okay. Please call the next item.
Taking the vote?
Oh, sorry. Oh, we would need to call the vote first. Sorry.
Member Pilpel. Taking the
great
vote
idea.
on item 3, Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
Chair LaHood, aye. 4 ayes.
Thank you. Please call the next item.
Item 4, public comment. Members of the public may address the committee on matters that are within the committee's jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda. If you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. We have no one in the queue.
Okay. Please call the next item.
Can I just inquire, do we have any other people listening to the meeting right now, as far as we know?
Ms. Peterson, is there anyone else on there?
There is.
Excellent.
Okay.
Thanks.
Please call the next item.
Item 5, hearing. Review of the Administrative Code, Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67, beginning with Chapter 67.29-2, and possible amendments to recommend to the full task force. Shall I read the instructions that were included?
Yes, why not?
Committee members should review the ordinance from Section 67.29-2 through Section 67.37 before the meeting and come prepared to deliver succinct comments on those sections. The committee chair asks that each member also bring a prioritized list of their high-level recommendations for suggested amendments to the ordinance for the committee to consider advancing to the full task force for consideration.
Thank you. Members, before you make your comment, my question to you is, would you like to continue through to the end and discuss our edits, maybe even just to see if we can quickly get through the rest of the ordinance and then go to the high level discussion? Or would you rather start with the high level discussion and dispense with sort of the micro edits, since I think our goal is as soon as possible to surface sort of the high level suggestions, recommendations that we're making to the full task force. Member Philpott.
I'll make my other comment in a moment, but I'm happy to do both of those. Maybe if we do a far more expedited view through the rest of the ordinance, and if we say, for example, let's keep that, it's generally okay, let's keep that, but consider edits in the future,
Yes.
that thing doesn't really make any sense anymore.
Why
or
is this
that,
here? Yeah.
let's give a think on that, whatever, so that we're just sort of parsing them out rather than,
Then going line by line.
Yeah. and after that, I think we could do the elevation.
Member Anderson?
I would agree with what Member Pilpel said, and I would also suggest that we put a time limit on going through these edits, so that we say that after an hour, maybe an hour and 10 minutes, we say, okay, now we're gonna, wherever we are, we stop, and then we go to the high level suggestions.
I think that's an excellent plan. And in fact, we're pretty close to the end. I'd say let's give ourselves till 6.
Okay.
And then if we, maybe depending, if we're not quite there, we could,
We'll definitely
we could
do the
discuss,
time
but
check.
let's do a time check at 6. Okay.
And if I may, my one prefatory comment,
Uh-huh.
in future agendas on this, and this is primarily to Ms. Peterson, on the caption of the item, it should be Chapter 67, beginning with Section 67 point whatever. We've got the,
Oh,
Head
I
reversed.
see. That's right. We do. So chapter 67, beginning with section 67.29-2.
Yeah, there's actually 4 articles, though.
correct, but the whole thing is Chapter 67, 4 different articles, bunch of different sections. That's the hierarchy. Okay, that's all. Not a major.
Okay. let's dive in. Let's talk about 67.29-2.
Ready?
Yeah, actually, can I jump in? I have minor but universal comments, and I think we've discussed this before in other areas. I would replace World Wide Web with website throughout. I would remove or on a comparable, readily accessible location on the internet, which appears a couple of times. And then at one point it says documents, but I think we should say records, because at this point, lots of things get posted to websites that are more than documents.
I'm sure.
Member Pilpel.
I would agree with that. Rather than wordsmithing, I would say in general, I'm in favor of keeping this section, bringing it up to date, maybe using fewer words, but this is our opportunity to talk about the content of websites. And I think having a section here about what we think is important on department websites is useful.
Mm-hmm.
We can tweak it in the future, but I think this idea is good.
Okay. Other members?
I would say there is a difference between internet and the web.
What would be appropriate?
Well, they both are important because if you want to access files that might be on, a server somewhere, or make a connection somewhere, that's the internet. But the web is what you see on a web browser. So both are kind of important, and it's contained in here. But I would like, if it gets wordsmith later, they should both be contained.
Okay. Thank you.
And could we contain them as in a definition and say internet/world or internet and World Wide Web for purposes of this document will be identified as electronic medium or that sort of thing? Is that-
It's kind of hard. The internet is a derivative.
Well, yeah, but it's electronic, right?
Well, it is, but it's an electronic. You'd have to go with a much longer definition. It's an electronic connection between 2 points through a network of some sort. And if you get too particular about it, then somebody will say, well, there's a new invention that came out and it doesn't work that way, so it doesn't apply then. You'll end up with those kinds of technicalities in the future.
Madam
So-
Chair.
Let him finish. Please finish, Member Wolf.
Yeah, so one of the reason why the ordinance has kind of been able to survive this long is because it was written in a level of generality to be all inclusive. And I think we need to maintain that theme because there will be paradigm shifts in technology in the near future. So want to make sure that we use words that encapsulate anything forward going. I'll stop there.
Member Pilpel.
I am open to either adding the useful and inclusive definition in 67.20 of internet, World Wide Web, publicly accessible, whatever makes sense. And I'm happy to hear from Member Wolf at a future meeting on that or to clarify in this section. I also think it may be useful somewhere to reference desktop, laptop, mobile device, such other technology as may exist, whatever. I mean, the idea is that whatever the publicly accessible thing is, that there are certain things that we think should be on that publicly accessible thing, period.
Mm-hmm.
That's the concept. That's what I'm with.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. 6729-3, and I'm going to admit, I don't understand why this is here, but maybe somebody else can explain.
If you'd like, I can explain in like 2 sentences.
Sure.
Several of these provisions here, this was one of the major ones, were of concern in the late 1990s, were more major concerns for not Bruce Wolfe, but Bruce Brugman of the Bay Guardian and others who believed that various things were not being done the way they wanted in the city. And there was an opportunity by way of amendments to this ordinance to include provisions addressing them. This is one of those. I wasn't a huge fan of it then. I'm still not a huge fan of it. If someone wants to pursue this some other way, I think they're free to. I think this has not, I don't believe this has ever come before the task force. I don't know how departments have implemented this section. I think it is not directly related to meetings or records, and I would support recommending removing it from this ordinance. Again, bearing in mind that if someone wants to pursue it on their own or put it somewhere else, that's fine. I just don't think it's on point related to meetings and records.
I
Others have different points of view on this.
Member Wolf.
Yeah, I have a different point of view. So, as you may or may not know, my job that I just retired from was in the alcohol prevention advocacy business, and we worked on a lot of legislation, not only here in San Francisco, but around the country, around alcohol ads on public property, public furniture, public billboards, public anything that's publicly owned, a public asset. And in San Francisco, for instance, on Muni, they're prohibited from putting on any alcohol ads. So what was really important was the negotiations or any documentation between the advertising space provider that was on a public property and the city, and any of the contracts between the city and those kinds of vendors. So this was a section that we were aware of for many years, decades. So I would like for it to remain. You know, I could come up with some shorter language, but I would like for it to remain. It was a helpful section.
Honestly, I don't have strong feelings one way or the other. It doesn't seem to be causing any harm, as you noted. I don't think in my time, I don't think we've ever seen anything related to this. I don't find it objectionable. It's perhaps a little bit, I don't know. Member Anderson, what do you think?
It's, what does it serve? I hear you, Bruce, but within the contract the city has with advertisers, and wouldn't that already be addressed to not have those sorts of advertisements? And wouldn't it be something that the public could avail themselves of, just looking at the contract between the city and the advertiser? So there doesn't need to be anything special about advertising. It's any contract.
What you're saying is that would already be a public
That would
record.
already be a public record. Yes. Thank you.
And if I can follow up after.
Go ahead.
Member Wolf?
No, go ahead.
Oh, Member Pilpel then.
So just 2 things briefly. I think it is clear, as Member Anderson indicated, all agreements between the city and anybody really are public records. So I think that's just stating the obvious. The other provisions, I think, were more directed at MTA. And as long as there's language in the charter which conflicts or supersedes the charter language would control, and the charter now grants MTA the exclusive authority or exclusive jurisdiction over things within the MTA. And so I don't know what provisions are in the current agreement between MTA and the advertising space provider, but I suspect that those have all superseded this, and I think whatever arrangements have been made with regard to defacing or vandalizing or interfering or whatever are covered in that agreement. And I'm just not sure that this language is even still operating because of that superseding thing. And I'm not aware of other agreements, significant or otherwise, between the city and an advertising space provider. Maybe there's something about Market Street and Billboard. I don't know. I just don't think this is particularly operative. If other people care, fine. I think that the thing that is most directly related is that such agreements shall be public records, but I think they were anyway. And I think the rest of the stuff is not on point for meetings and records. That was my point, and I don't care that much, and I'm happy to move on whenever we're done with this.
Member Wolf, I'll give you a last comment. Yeah.
Yeah, so the other way that I see this is also as a free speech issue, because there are three parties involved in this paragraph. There's the city, there's the space provider, the billboard provider, and then there's the advertiser that goes on to the billboard. So if there, for some reason, the city had a contract or an agreement with a space provider, and the city agreed to put some advertising up there that the space provider did not agree with, and it got defaced or what have you, wasn't maintained properly, and it violated maybe a free speech or violated a contract the city had with an advertiser to use that space provider. That's what this paragraph also speaks to. And there's instructions in there on who needs to be notified. So, the other thing to do, if you wanted to remove this, is to make sure that this becomes enshrined somehow in city contracts with regards to space providers and advertisers, and let them just deal with it at the city administrator's office. But I wouldn't repeal it completely and make it completely go away. I think maybe it might be worth checking in with the city administrator's department and see,
Or
if whoever manages contracts in this way, to see if this still applies. To
Okay.
them. They may have had complaints internally with themselves. They never reached sunshine. So
Thank you. Do you have one more comment?
I have one more comment that's about as on point as the rest of this. There was a concern in the early 1990s that there were these trucks that were running around town that had either fixed advertising or at some point, I think, may have had some electronic thing saying buy our thing or whatever, that was providing visibility for some advertiser, product, service, event, something. And some of us felt that that was creating congestion, was mobile advertising, was annoying, was sucking up environmental resources, et cetera. And so we went to the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Maher at the time passed legislation banning such advertising vehicles from operating on the streets. And some time later, somebody went to court and said, no, we have a free speech right to do that. And the board subsequently rescinded the ordinance and permitted these vehicles again. And after a while, the whole problem went away because others decided that there were more effective ways to advertise than to have somebody drive a vehicle around the streets promoting whatever thing. So advertising comes and goes and different methods and all of that. And how's that for a story about legislation that had a purpose, got shot down, was rescinded, went away. It's a lovely bedtime story, kid.
Okay. Shall we move on to the next section? My high level comment on this is, I don't think I know enough. Does this sync up with other current local laws?
Does it sync to ethics?
Mm-hmm.
Ethics does
Yeah.
lobbyists.
Right. So does it, I guess, so should we ask our DCAs to check and make sure this syncs up, or is that somebody else's responsibility?
Well-
Or if we even need to have,
Right. Do we even need to have? Well,
because ethics already has. it.
So if I may.
yes.
So on this one, this is more of the same that we've been discussing. There was a concern at the time, primarily by the Bay Guardian, that whoever was the lobbyist on behalf of the city at the time for then Mayor Willie Brown was not necessarily reporting what Bruce Brugman and the Bay Guardian and others felt was appropriate and useful to report on their lobbying activities on behalf of the city. The city has, as far as, if not always, for many years had contracts or arrangements with a lobbyist in Sacramento and Washington to represent the city's interests on various things, on general legislation, on water and power issues, on transit issues, on any number of things. They may already be filing these reports with the Ethics Commission. They may not be, they may be useful, they may not be. Those agreements between the city and these various firms can, and in my view, should require certain periodic reports. What those reports should look like, I don't necessarily know or care right this second. I don't think this is as much a local concern as the Prop G calendars that we'll get to in a second. It would be a good question both to our city attorneys and to the Ethics Commission and to the mayor's office, for that matter, as to what reporting is currently done by lobbyists on behalf of the city and whether any of this still makes sense. You know, it's perhaps akin to 12L with nonprofits and other entities with which the city does business, from whom we might expect periodic reports that are relevant to whatever their work is, whatever that thing is. But just as we don't specify in other parts of the ordinance what types of reports different vendors and different actors with the city provide, I'm not sure how we're well served by having these 2 paragraphs about lobbyists, or 3 paragraphs, lobbyists on behalf of the city. And if these reports have been filed for the last 25 years, I don't know who's looked at them. I don't know who's reported on them. I don't know who cares. If somebody does, if there's something I'm missing here, I'm happy to be educated. I just think this is another example of a section that perhaps we could lose.
Member Wolf, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think we can't act on this at all unless we get corroboration from the Ethics Commission that maybe there's some new laws, or maybe they've created some ordinance that already covers this, to show that there was some duplication or redundancy.
Okay.
Because they may be relying on this. So because it involves the Ethics Commission, I think it's worth to check in with them before
Okay.
taking any action on it.
Sounds like we are all on the same page on this section.
Yeah.
Need more info
Ask ethics and our DCAs.
and possibly mayor's office, MTA, PUC, others.
We can always add more.
Yeah.
Yes.
Could I have a
Now,
restatement of the section?
I'm
that-
sorry?
Could I have a restatement of the section where additional information is sought
Yes.
and who's going to take the action?
So this is section 67.29-4, lobbyist on behalf of the city. I don't know that we've assigned anyone to take action on this. We're just noting that this is what information we would need, that we would need to know from from ethics and from our DCAs. Is this function covered by other city law at this time? And is it needed? Does it need to stay in the ordinance? Is it useful in the ordinance or is it redundant?
Thank you.
And we're not asking yet because we're going to have a whole list of things to ask and we need to sort them into piles.
Thank you.
We might
And
also
could I-
inquire what reports have been submitted. Could we see an example of one?
May I?
Yes, Member Anderson.
Okay, so of course I went to Google. Yes, ethics does require reports. Requires lobbyists to register and file regular reports disclosing their contacts with public officials, legislative actions they seek to influence, payments received, and certain political contributions and activity expenses. These reports are filed electronically by the 15th of each month, even if there was no activity.
And tell me again what you're referencing.
The Ethics Commission.
Okay.
Go.
The Ethics Commission.
Ethics
Okay.
Commission, yeah.
But let's be clear. There are lobbyists that are required to register with the city because they are lobbying city officials on behalf of clients. This is different. This is lobbyists on behalf of the city that are lobbying in Sacramento and Washington. So it's not the same as lobbyists, as private lobbyists that work in the city to seek San Francisco approval of administrative or legislative actions. Does that?
These are the city's lobbyists.
That's correct. So when the city is trying to get a bill passed in Sacramento or Washington, they contact whoever we've got in Sacramento or Washington and say, well, who do we need to talk to and yada, yada. That's what this section speaks to.
This is almost like an anti-corruption
Right.
thing, you know. It kind of shows if a city lobbyist were to have a meeting with somebody that, you know, the city was doing business with in a improper manner, and it was somehow there was, you know, documents available and they weren't submitted, you know, that kind of thing.
Okay. This is interesting.
We're still going to need to seek more information.
Quarterly activity, okay. San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance,
Okay.
Admin Code Section 67.1 et sec. Requires lobbyists who contract for economic consideration with the city to represent the city in matters before any local, regional, or state or federal administrative or legislative body to file quarterly activity reports with the ethics commissions. These persons and entities are referred to as lobbyists on behalf of the city.
So interestingly,
That's
it
the-
referenced a different section. Is that, you know, a typo somewhere or old version of the ordinance?
They were referring to 67.1 at seek.
Oh,
then
I see.
On point,
Mhm.
it would have been better to say 67.29-4.
Yeah, okay. Okay. It sounds like though we may have different ideas that we're all in agreement that we need a response from the Ethics Commission on this.
Yeah,
Okay,
if you remove it, is there a problem?
right,
That's a good start.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let me add that.
And going back for a second, I think on 29-3, we were going to seek more information from possibly city attorney, city administrator, MTA.
You would like to add that?
I think that makes sense for 29-3.
Okay. We've raced through a couple of sections before we get to 67.29-5. Should we call for public comment?
Good idea.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on this item, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. We have no hands raised and no one in the room.
Okay. Let's move on to section 67.29-5, calendars of certain officials. I like this section. I'm going to jump around in order. Member Wolf, do you have any comments on this section?
This section, we're in 29-5?
29-5, calendars of certain officials.
Yeah. I think, let's see, every department head, and we've had some issues around other than department heads, others kinds of staff like supervisors, not board of supervisors, but supervising like managers that oversee certain like divisions, where there have been issues. I don't know if that's necessarily, that was something in my notes I had.
So you would like to expand this to beyond department heads, but how would you describe the people you would add this requirement to?
I would say, like something like staff supervisors or supervising managers of staff or something like that.
So to include people who are running significant programs in large departments.
Yeah, I mean, you have, departments, and then you have divisions of departments.
So there are people running divisions.
That kind of level where they're managing a lot of staff and a lot, maybe contracts or working with, various important parts of city work that would require public disclosure. Where they were, who they were meeting with.
Member Anderson, anything to add on this section?
That sounds like an idea, but I don't know if that's getting too far down in the weeds. I would rather keep it at the department head level, or as is stated here, mayor, city attorney, that sort of thing. I don't know, and please let me know if you had any situations where the supervisor of a certain division, their calendar was requested. Has that ever come up in any of the sunshine requests?
Well, in my experience, because of this, the way this was written, that it really rose up to the top, to the department head, and then the case disappeared because we couldn't get any. There was no requirement for a staffer underneath the department head to produce or provide any evidence of a meeting that they may or may not have had in their job duties. That was significant to the complaint.
Member Pilpel.
Couple of things. I like this section as well. I would like to keep it. I may have some edits in the future to tweak it. The original concept here was calendars of certain officials. That's the title. I would probably recast it as elected official and department head calendars. there was a lot of discussion that led to this section being proposed about who to apply this requirement to, how much to burden them with, and what the corresponding benefit was. Should everyone have to keep a calendar? Do we need that of nurses and bus drivers and gardeners? Probably not. Do we want this of elected officials and department heads? Yes. Is there some gray area in between at the supervisory level? Perhaps. But ultimately, the determination was that elected officials and department heads have staff that plan or schedule their day and can maintain these calendars, and some of these other actors do not. And it would be creating much more of a burden for various other folks without a corresponding benefit. The corresponding benefit here is that this was intended to align to lobbying and other laws that required disclosure of contacts with department heads or elected officials, because I'm lobbying in favor or against this particular planning department approval of a project, or this particular contract with Rec Park, or this particular uniform vendor for the sheriff's department or MTA or whatever. So and that elected officials and department heads uniquely have contract approval authority, policy determination authority, other decision-making authority that these other characters do not have. As far as I know, bus drivers and gardeners are wonderful people, but they don't determine policy for their department. Mid-level supervisors as managers may be in charge of some significant function, but that also includes, water department people up at Hetch Hetchy and people at Laguna Honda and health clinics and social service case management supervisors with not necessarily a lot of direct public contact. And so I would question what the benefit is. If someone can demonstrate to me that there's a lot of benefit, I may be worth investing the burden. I don't go into this being convinced of that for other than elected officials and department heads, where I think there's a very clear nexus. Does that? Mm-hmm. Okay. But again, there's language in here that can be tweaked, and I think we may hear a lot about this section next week in connection with a particular matter. I'm not weighing in on that right now. And we've heard a number of complaints about this from Michael Petrellis, from others, about supervisor and mayoral calendars, the DA, various other folks. It was a particularly unique section at the time. I think other jurisdictions have gone more in this direction. However it's handled, I think this is useful, but it's not useful for all 30,000 city employees. It's useful for a very small but significant subclass of those elected officials and department heads.
Any responses? Yes, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I just think one other thing about this is also we tend to find that descriptions of what these meetings are for are substantially sparse. And I'm wondering if that there could be some strength added to that. Where it says the calendar shall include a general statement of issues discussed. And that's come up many times over the years where, there's no information or there's missing information, like who attended the meetings, that kind of thing. So
I'm certainly open to tweaking that language.
So it sounds like in general, we all like that this is here. Maybe we should consider about, if it should include a larger group, maybe changing the title of the section to be more specific But it sounds like on the whole, we're glad it's here. I mean, I would say the biggest challenge with this is on the compliance side. It's not so much what it is, but getting people to do it. Yeah. So in to that
Consistently
end,
and meaningfully.
right, and to that end, perhaps, at a later point, if we come back to line editing it, maybe we can finesse some of that
Yeah.
with specific requirements.
Yeah.
Yes, Member Anderson.
Yeah, especially in light of all the apps and everything else that are available these days that wipe out a lot of this information
Mm-hmm.
as far as what it is
Mm-hmm.
we would want
Mm-hmm.
certain officials to do as far as their calendars are
Right.
concerned. Their personal calendar, do what you will. Business calendar,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just as an example, and then I would like to move on. If the mayor or somebody else happens to be walking around town in Chinatown, in the Bayview, in the Richmond, and runs into somebody who says, hey, you should really clean up XYZ street, or this dog park is bothering me, or whatever, I'm not sure that needs to be recorded in a
Well, that's
department.
that's not a meeting of more
Right.
than 10 people. Yeah.
Right. But if the mayor has a bunch of people, or some department head is discussing a project or homelessness or, some budget consideration, and having a serious get together for 45 minutes about something, that's the kind of thing that warrants a calendar entry. And whether this language best captures that or not is something that we could tweak, but that was the idea, that impromptu brief get-togethers don't need to be handled. But, if there's a 2-hour gathering that the city attorney is addressing some concern in a neighborhood, that should be on a calendar somewhere. That's totally appropriate.
wouldn't that be covered in any notes he took as opposed to a calendar entry? He would keep notes of what his conversation was so he could respond to the constituent or whoever it was later on, not necessarily in the calendar, but it's a public record that he's going to check out the whatever.
May or may not, staff may or may not, but this is that create and keep a calendar. It's a basic public accountability tool.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Are we ready to move on to the next one?
Yes.
Okay, section 67.29-6, sources of outside funding. I would say the one thing that jumps out to me immediately is it says, more than $100 in aggregate. And I want to know, does this sync up with current ethics laws?
Well, if I may,
Mhm.
this is another one that this was a concern about things like the library. So folks like Peter Warfield were concerned that the library may be receiving gifts of $100 or more from outside entities that were great enough that needed to be accepted in some way, but low enough that they didn't require a formal action of the library commission or the board of supervisors or the mayor to accept a gift, donation, benefit, devise, whatever. And so this required that even as low as $100, that those things needed to be reported publicly on a website as a condition of acceptance. This is one for me that's, what do the kids say, a wobbler. I could go either way. If this is a real benefit, I mean, this is one that departments have had to operationalize and have, so they have procedures for how these kinds of things are handled and disclosed. The burden isn't that high. I'm not sure if the benefit corresponds.
It's still 100.
Oh,
Yeah.
Thank you. So you just looked that up.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Well, right, that hasn't changed. But what I'm saying is that it's unique to Sunshine. If this is particularly meaningful for folks, this is one that I don't have as much of a problem keeping. I actually think that some of these things could be grouped as elected official or department head responsibilities that outside funding, keeping a calendar, records survive transition, records must be kept in a business-like manner. That's like sort of how business is done. That kind of makes sense to me. And
Although
I'm
this
sort of
one
okay with
applies
this.
to everyone because it's no official or employee or agent. So this applies to anybody in this building. Yeah.
Right. I might rewrite this to say that no elected official or department head, because in practice, I don't think an employee or
Well-
agent of the city can actually do this other than a department
Well,
head.
no, the reason why
Yeah.
it's in here is to avoid bribes.
Yes.
So that's why this is here.
Fair enough. But
Yeah.
I think there are other laws that cover bribes. I think this was really, again, intended at the department level. Why this was written in terms of employees or agents, I think is nobody can say, I'm an agent for the city and, if you give me $200, I'll take care of whatever problem for you.
Right. We know what happens.
Yeah,
then.
that
Yeah.
doesn't usually end well.
Member Wolf.
Yeah, so a few things. One is there are two departments that we've had issues with. This is Friends of the Library, and also the two entities with the outside the museums,
Uh-huh.
where they collect money on behalf of
Uh-huh.
the city. Okay, so you have those things. The other thing that comes later. That's like the things with the Friends of the Library that Peter Warfield used to bring up, and I think also Ray Hartz used to bring up, was listing who the donors were if it was over $100,
Mhm.
and that's the disclosure part at the bottom, the last sentence. But more towards the top of the paragraph, there is this really sounds more like the behest for payment.
That's right.
Law.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering if there should be some analysis by our DCA as to whether it overlaps or not, and if the redundancy is worthwhile for it to remain.
I, on my handy dandy here, it looks like Ethics Commission is basing their reporting requirements on gifts on our sunshine ordinance.
Okay, so this does need to say.
This needs to stay.
Okay.
Well, I'm not sure we
We
can conclude
can
just based on
encourage
that it needs to stay. They're doing different things. I remember Wolf reminded me that it wasn't just the library. A number of departments in the 1990s had friends of organizations. So what's now the Parks Alliance started out as Friends of Recreation and Park and morphed over time to the San Francisco Parks Alliance for as long as that entity may still be around. But there was more significantly a Friends of City Planning that had an annual fundraising dinner and collected contributions from various actors in the city, architects, permit expediters, lobbyists, project proponents, and gave certain funds and donations and whatnot to the planning department to facilitate the work of planning, which might actually help their permits and things move along more quickly. And there wasn't any real disclosure of who those contributors were, or in the last sentence here, what their financial interest that contributor had involving the city. So this was trying to get at more disclosure from friends of groups because it was deemed there wasn't a way to say you just can't have friends of groups. A number of those groups have gone away. The ones that are still there or folks that are acting in this way still have to disclose, or excuse me, the departments have to disclose receipt of these funds pursuant to this section. But some of those friends of groups have gone away. But that concern of the coziness between outside actors and contributions to the city for unknown purposes is still there.
Right. And I think that right now you can probably go online because there's reporting that's done every year as we fill out our Form 700, saying whether we got any gifts or anything else that are available for public scrutiny and
But that's,
anyone.
but that's individuals. This was really going to, did the library get $20,000 from Friends of the Library or the Friends and Foundation of the library to support outreach programs or something? And was that 20,000 significantly from certain donors that might have interests either with the Library Commission or with other actors in the city? So it wasn't necessarily about our individual Form 700 disclosures. It was about routing donations to a city department for whatever undisclosed purpose.
Right, this was, and forgive me, which department was it where money was donated for like a party and,
Public Works?
thank you. Yes, that's what I thought, but I.
Oh, there was also the Laguna Honda.
Yes.
There are all
yes.
kinds of examples of this, some of which have been reported, some of which not so much. Let's just say there's some history here. If we want to ask how this meshes with the vested payments and other bribery and anti-corruption laws,
Mhm.
that's a fine question. And it may be that this works in addition and separate and above all of those things.
Or those might
Or
lean
those-
on this as member.
That's
Anderson
right.
suggested.
So we need more information on this.
Yeah, I would say it for now we keep it.
Yes.
I'm still open to keep and tweak on this one.
Yeah.
City departments must disclose any payments with an aggregate value over $100 received from a source that is not a federal, state, or local government and for which the department does not provide equal or greater consideration.
Is that a law, an ordinance? or-
That's on the ethics website. It's SFCNGCC section 3.217.
Okay. So maybe that's
Yeah,
also covering part of the
Yeah.
field here.
Will you give me that,
C and GC
I'm
Code.
sorry.
and department
3.217.
heads may be subject to discipline by their appointing authority if gifts are not reported timely.
Yeah, member Anderson, could you give me that section, the code number again?
I think it was 3.217
Campaign and governmental
conduct code.
conduct code, section 3.217.
3.217.
That's correct.
All of this is covered in the Good Government Guide in great detail.
Okay.
Anyone who's having trouble sleeping is encouraged to.
Okay, members, shall we move on to the next one? Section 67.29-7, correspondence and records shall be maintained. Boy, this one has kept us busy for a while.
Oh, yeah.
I think we obviously need to update, where it says including but not limited to letters, emails, drafts, memorandum, invoices, reports, and proposals. I would add, and this is just my rough draft, and we can absolutely edit this, but text or SMS messages, public posts and private messages on social media platforms, communication via messaging apps, and other emerging technology.
Yes, good,
And obviously related to city business.
good.
Yeah.
Good job on that one.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Member Philpott.
I am with the first paragraph of this, I guess, sub A, and in roughly the way that you just laid out. I think the bit at the end about shall disclose all such records in accordance with this ordinance, that may be surplusage.
I see.
I think that's fairly, the point of A is that we're not telling you how to organize your files, but just that you have organized files and you can't just, keep and toss in your own merry little way things, but you have to maintain things. And although this section doesn't tie back to the records retention policy, I think it's 29-1 that does. I think the two sort of work together. And again, for me, those are both, like department head responsibilities. You got to maintain your records. They have to be somewhat organized. You can't just toss them out when you leave or et cetera, et cetera. So that part of it makes sense to me. The subsection B, I think they do that. If they didn't do it beforehand, they certainly do it now. There've been a huge evolution of laws at the state and to some extent the local level that requires chain of custody and all kinds of things about ballots. So I'm happy to lose B. I think that's still going to happen.
Oh, you think we should lose it because this is being done elsewhere?
It's required
Let's confirm
elsewhere,
that.
or they're doing it. It's not the kind of concern
It's not a
that it was then.
Member Wolf, what were you saying?
Sorry.
I was like, let's find out if it's contained in some other
Yeah, we can ask them.
code.
Got it.
But I think that is my point is I think B is happening whether it's there or not. I don't think it's adding any value to be there. And I think it's just sort of cluttering up the code.
But the problem is whether it's happening in practice or not, somebody can just stop doing it at some time because now you've repealed the law.
No, I think they're going to have to keep doing it because there's now state law that requires other chain of custody.
What you're saying,
ballots.
this is probably redundant.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And perhaps similarly, maybe it's not the exact same thing. The subsection C is really it's a bit convoluted language, but I think it's really about business arrangements between the city and outside entities and their record keeping. And I think any business arrangement between the city and an outside entity requires such record keeping. And I think it's bizarre at best to say that failure of an entity to comply with these provisions, that the failure of the department. I mean, this is suggesting that there was some kind of massive failure either at the time or since, or that there could be, to maintain records between the city and any outside entity that it's contracting with for any reason. If you're doing business with somebody and somehow they're able to demand funds or fees from citizens, that entity's got to keep records. You can't just say, hi, I'd like $75 from you on behalf of, MTA, and I'm not going to give you a receipt, and I'm not going to maintain a record of who you were or when I got $75 from you. I'm just not aware that the world works that way. And so I don't see that it's, again, adding any value. If some department can point to this and say, we only do business this way because the ordinance requires it, I'd be fascinated to hear that, but I would be really surprised.
Well, I mean, I think of parking garages with regards to something like this.
And again, I think agreements between the city and any entity that's operating a parking garage requires them to maintain records. You can't just take money from someone and not keep records about that.
You'd be surprised, man.
Yeah, and it's interesting because this is a little bit different because this is specifically about businesses that collect money from the public. But I think about the issues that have come up in front of the task force where there are third parties providing services and we have people who are asking for records, which those third parties are supposed to be giving to the city. And the city says, well, we don't have them, even though it's in their contract to supply them. But if the city's not demanding them, they're not received. And I wonder if this could, even though we're thinking more about tow trucks and parking lots, could we see that happen where the records are not demanded and so they're not delivered?
Then let's think more about specifics and what departments and what circumstances those might play out and whether there are provisions that are more focused on those. if there is in fact a real problem, or there could be, then yeah, let's try to plug that. I have no problem with that. But if this is just, repeating something that is already supposed to be happening for some other good reason, then I'm not necessarily convinced to keep it. I'm
Again,
open to more discussion on this.
a city administrator question, I think, or
Okay.
controller.
Begin with and maybe to others, sure. There was a big concern, and I don't know if this was a section or elsewhere, about the city's contract with, at the time, Parking and Traffic, now MTA's contract with the tow vendor, that cars were being towed. People were told, in order to get your car back, you have to pay $500. And they were like, why do I have to pay $500? And they're like, because we towed your car. They're like, well, why did you tow my car? They're like, well, we were told to. MTA told us to. And in order to get it back, we need $500. There was like there was a big obscurity about the tow contract. What's the current status of the city's tow contract and tow vendor and all that? That's something we could ask about. But either this or, again, some other provision was really aimed at the tow contract. And I think that's gotten better. Maybe not everybody's happy about it, but it's certainly better than it used to be. Cars don't seem to be disappearing for yeah. There are other things going on, but that's all I had on
Okay,
29-7.
so the question for the city administrator, is this redundant? And then do we need to keep this? Yeah.
Right.
And are there specific examples where this is useful or could be?
Member Anderson?
Time check.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Just to let you know, 1, 2, 3. Ooh, we have 1, 2, 3 pages and a tiny bit. I will tell you personally, I had very few notes here, but I don't know how others would feel. Do we think we could spend 15 minutes to get to the end?
On
What?
Article 4.
Yes.
Article 4 is going to take us a long time. It's willful failure.
Member Anderson, could you use the microphone, please?
Excuse me. Yes. It's about willful failure. That could take up the rest of the evening.
I would suggest the following.
Yes.
I think if we take public comment on the rest of Article 3,
Yep.
if we spend between 15 minutes and half an hour on Article 4 and really try to keep to like it, don't like it, or it needs work.
Mhm.
I'm not interested in defining willful or debating willful tonight.
Okay. Promise.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, so what is it? So we're taking public comment on, let's do that first. Ms. Peterson, if we could take public comment on the sections that we have discussed thus far. So everything through 6729-7.
That was .7.
-7, 67.29-7.
5, 6, and 7.
Anyone
Yeah.
wishing to make public comment? Please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. We have no one in the room, no one in the queue.
Okay, now members, are you saying that we should do Article 4 or that we should not do Article 4? Member Anderson, oh, sorry.
I'm willing to take a quick pass through it and identify either, I think these are all versions of keep. It's like, how much work will be needed. We're just identifying what work is going to be needed in these sections. I don't think there's anything here that we're going to disagree about, keep or toss. I think we need some version of all of these sections. So I think if we just blast through it and just talk about it in general terms.
Okay, do you have a time frame?
15 minutes to half an hour, hopefully 20.
We will not go past 6:30.
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay. Member Anderson, you seem to be interested in this one. Let's talk about 6730. Which is actually quite long.
No.
We'll just,
Actually,
what?
Member Pilpel is very interested in doing this section.
Okay.
I was saying, should we hold it off?
Got it. Okay, member, oh, sorry.
I'm interested in 6730A.
Well, then member Wolf, why don't you start with 6730A?
I would like to see this bulleted. It's like a run-on sentence.
You know, that's a good point.
Has a number of different issues, that are all contained sentence by sentence, and I think it needs to be formatted into some bullet format of some sort, because it's more of a list of things than really written policy, so to speak.
Because it defines all of the seats.
Yeah, it defines all the seats, and then you get towards the end, and then you get into the task force shall, at its request, sign. You get the whole city attorney
Right.
part. I just think it's too condensed, too convoluted. So, creating a little physical space, I think, would be very helpful, and will clarify things.
So
Good recommendation.
if I may,
Member Wolf.
I am certainly with, again, I don't want to just repeat myself. I'm with keeping all of this stuff. The way I would clean this up is the section at the end about this from the city attorney thereafter. I would move that elsewhere. I think I moved that to 67.31C, giving some specific charge to the city attorney. I think up until that point, it's really about the composition of the task force. I think there are some ways to move some language around that saves a few words. I think the way I had it at the tail end is the mayor and the clerk of the Board of Supervisors shall each appoint a non-voting member, period. Fewer words, same concept. But it's not shall serve, it shall each appoint. So it requires them to actually do it. Anyway, other than that, I don't want to have a discussion tonight about the composition of the task force. It could be larger, it could be smaller, it could be the same, it could have the same designated seats, all of that. I'm not into that right this second. I think who we have now serves us well, how it's apportioned, term lengths, term limits, I'm not into that tonight. I think having a task force that does roughly what we do with roughly the people that do it is fine. That's what I got on A.
Okay.
And I would at least agree with Member Wolf that there's too much language here, whether it's restructured
I like
by
the
way of
bullet
bullets.
points, yes, yeah,
There are different ways to do
Yeah.
it, but
Yeah.
without actually doing it. Yeah, member Anderson?
I agree on the bullet points.
Okay.
And for bolding up Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. So, this is the important part of this. And this is how we're composed. This task force is composed of,
Yeah,
which says the same thing you already said, but
yeah.
slightly different.
How about B, C, D, E?
okay, on, if I may.
Sure.
B, I think we could, again, discuss term lengths, term limits, term whatevers. 2 years is fine, could be, I don't think less than 2 years would be great.
No.
And you could argue for 3 or 4 years that it takes a while to figure out what the heck we're doing here.
Staggered terms.
You could better stagger somehow, 6 and 5. Originally it was like 6 and 5, but then that changed. Whatever. Could be 6 and 5 if it were 3-year terms and there were 9 members, it could be 3, 3, and 3. But whatever. The point is there are different ways to slice and dice that. And at the end, I would just say, in the event of a vacancy, blah, 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 a successor shall be appointed by the Board of Supervisors, and I think, period. There's just a lot of excess verbiage in here. I think this is just.
Oh, you mean like about the term of the chair and the without compensation?
Yeah, I was going to move that elsewhere. I think I had that moved to.
I think I created a new sub C and relettered after that. My sub C is the task force shall maintain bylaws, including attendance requirements for task force members, criteria and procedures to notify and remove members for non-attendance of regular meeting time and place, and an annual election of officers from among its voting members. It
So
was
you
just
just created something new.
right to just pull together the what are the basic functions. What does the task force have to do to keep itself organized? Which I think
The bylaws part, I can't remember where that was.
I think it may be under D. You're asking where it's coming from.
Yeah, because you pulled it from somewhere.
Give me a moment. E and B. Oh, E. It's in 67.30 E.
Oh, 67. So, okay, so just maybe move this down to E.
No, I put it under C. I was taking elements of B and E and putting it in the new C
Okay.
and relettering.
Okay.
The point is that it's all there. I was just trying to.
Compress.
So combine those sentences with E and move up to a new C.
Yeah. I mean, it's arguable about what the right order should be, but the idea is that A is membership, B is terms, C or whatever is what we need to do organizationally. The way I had a new D structured, it's what are the powers and duties, the task force shall, and I had fewer words, but the same ideas.
And that would be the old section C. Because,
Correct.
Okay.
And then my new E would take in the old D in addition to the powers and duties, blah, blah, blah.
Other possible reordering.
Yeah, that's fine.
Question. It says members of the task force shall serve without compensation. The whole thing with access to insurance I don't think that's in here. Is that under a separate provision, some other code?
It is, and that is a hot topic at the commission streamlining task force, is whether boards and commissions and other bodies should be compensated, should receive health benefits, other things.
In the meantime, should we leave this as is?
I think,
Okay.
where is it now?
It's just, it's at the end of B. It says members of the task force shall serve without compensation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I pulled that out, and I believe the Board of Supervisors should determine compensation for the task force and other bodies. So if they want to say that that we're not compensated, but we're eligible for health coverage, so be it. If they want to say that we get $20 a meeting, or that people can get free parking in the garage.
And that it's
Whatever.
not determined within the ordinance. It's
Right.
something that happens at okay.
Right.
So hey, tell me how I'm going to make that edit right now, because you said compensation for the task force shall be determined by.
Board of Supervisors.
Right. I actually pulled it out on that basis, but I wouldn't necessarily include language that
You would
says
just cut
that.
it completely.
Right. I would just be silent on that question.
Member Wolf, Member Anderson, you think we just cut that and just let it be handled elsewhere?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let the Board of Supervisors return.
And the idea there is not that we would somehow be eligible for 6 or 7 figure salaries.
No, it's just like,
No.
let that be determined more
Right.
universally, not within this ordinance.
Well, the whole thing about the task force without compensations, we've been deemed as, like volunteer employees.
Mhm.
And because of our position, the city has to provide us with insurance.
No, they don't have to. They've chosen to. If
That's not what I was told.
if
I
the-
don't see it in the ordinance.
if the city amended administrative code 2A.70 or wherever that is, we would not be eligible for health service.
Well,
system.
that's right. It's because we're named in there. That's why we get it.
But but that isn't named in this ordinance.
Right.
No, it's not. That's right. So, to me, it's kind of like, I don't know, I think it should be in there that there should be some reference that the task force shall be deemed this classification, serve without compensation, but may receive other benefits as a city desires. Something like that.
I'm just saying that this is being discussed at streamlining as applies to us, to boards and commissions, to other bodies in the city. This is being dealt with at a different
I'm
level.
going to highlight this and say this is being discussed at the Streamlining Commission.
Sure.
Okay. This and issues related to other benefits.
Sure.
Yeah, I'd like to note that under E, it says the Task Force Commission.
That was a drafting thing. There were some folks that wanted 25 years ago to make this body a commission, and a couple of references got kept in here. It was not, it was deemed that the only way to do that would be by charter amendment, and that didn't happen, and so that word stayed in here.
Should we correct that?
I would say as long as we're a task force,
Let's
it
cut
should be a
commission.
task force
Yeah.
throughout.
Okay.
Yeah.
Member Wolf, anything else on 6730 and its subsections?
I think C also could use some reformatting because every sentence starts out as the task force shall.
Mhm.
So it could be the task force shall : and then, you know,
So-
sub paragraphs or whatever.
I agree, and to that end, I had rewritten it to remove those things that are elsewhere, like the supervisor of public records, which is really supervisor of records, and to the extent that that either goes away or gets handled some other way. Anyway, I had proposed cutting down the number of words in the existing C that I would make D, but that still includes the relevant things that we need to do. So I had something like the task force shall advise city elected officials, agencies, boards, commissions, and departments on appropriate ways to implement this Chapter 67, develop appropriate goals to promote practical and timely implementation of this Chapter 67, issue public reports evaluating compliance by city elected officials, agencies, boards, commissions, and departments with this Chapter 67, make referrals to whoever, whenever the task force concludes that a city elected official, agency, board, commissioner, or department has violated this Chapter 67, propose to the Board of Supervisors amendments to this Chapter 67, and report to the Board of Supervisors at least once annually on any practical or policy problems encountered in the administration of this Chapter 67 period.
Okay, I didn't get all this, but I hear where you're going. And
Right.
Yeah. One thing, and I just highlighted this, not that I think we, in fact, I would say one of my sort of high level things we need to talk about is in section C, about halfway downward, says the task force shall make referrals to a municipal office with enforcement power under this ordinance.
Right,
And so we need, I think elsewhere, we need to talk about the whole enforcement thing and what that means.
Yeah.
right.
But
Agreed.
yeah, just sort of highlighted, not to be discussed here. And then
I
noting.
had make referrals to blank depending on how that conversation.
Yeah.
Right.
And then in D, it just interesting that it gets noted here that yes, these changes can be made, or, we could have additional powers based either on
The voters.
the voters or the Board of Supervisors, should
Right.
they one day decide that that would be a good
And
idea.
I had a way to reword that, but with the same concept.
Yeah.
And that also ties to 12L.
Mhm. Hang on one
That-
second. Okay. Any other thoughts on this section, or should we keep going?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
Member Wolf.
So D is kind of, I don't know what we should do with D
Mhm.
at this point, but E, I think needs to be like a little more open-ended.
Right.
How so?
Because it's limited. It's basically specifying what our bylaws are. And it can't be anything else. other than what's in that sentence. And obviously we need more than just what that is in our bylaws.
I see what you're saying, that we need to make this broader.
Yes.
I can reread what I read earlier about my proposed C.
Uh-huh.
So Member Wolf, I proposed merging elements of the existing B and E. So what I have is the task force shall maintain bylaws, including attendance requirements for task force members, criteria and procedures to notify and remove members for non-attendance, a regular meeting time and place, and an annual election of officers from among its voting members. So the operative word there is including, not limited to, and it just says that we shall have bylaws and some of the highlights that have to be in the bylaws.
Yeah. This bylaws need to be kind of our instruction manual of how we operate. So
that's how I was proposing to do that with few words.
Okay, do you want to read that to me again a little slower, because I'm not a super fast typer, but the task force shall maintain bylaws, including, is that what you said?
Yeah, including attendance requirements for task force members, comma, criteria and procedures to notify and remove members for non-attendance, comma, a regular meeting time and place, comma, and an annual election of officers from among its voting members, period.
Okay, thank you.
Should we add including but not limited to?
Yes.
I always think that
Well,
including,
it's not totally needed, but
Yeah,
why not?
I always think including means including.
Yeah. Okay.
That's all I had on 30. Can we move to 31?
Uh-huh.
Otherwise, I'm going to run out of time here.
Yes.
So on 31, my concept is to have this be an A, B, and C. And that A would read something like city elected officials and department heads shall administer and coordinate implementation of this Chapter 67 for agencies, boards, commissions, and departments under their control. So it's taking out the mayor specifically. The mayor's responsible for the mayor's office. The mayor's not responsible for every aspect of Sunshine. Department heads are responsible for doing their bit. Elected officials do their bit. Department heads do their bit. That's the general. That B would start with the clerk of the Board of Supervisors shall do various things. I can read that out if you need, but it's generally what does the clerk do? And C would be the city attorney shall provide blah, blah, blah.
So you're saying rewrite this for department heads, the clerk of the board, and city attorney?
Yeah.
I think I'm not, without taking dictation, I'm going to say you have recommendations for that.
Yeah, but that's the concept of, again, this area is who's responsible for administration. The answer is elected officials and department heads do their thing, the clerk of the board does certain things, and the city attorney does certain things. That's how this, and this is all in the context of the task force and the ordinance. So how does this happen? Because different actors are charged with doing specific things.
Yep. Okay. Anyone else? Should we move on to 6732?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay, so on this one,
Mhm.
the idea here was that we cannot, as this task force, this ordinance, or this city, dictate what other agencies do, but we can say it's the policy of the city that as much as possible, elements of this ordinance and practices should happen at other places where the city has some influence to try to make that happen.
Well, plus we do business with those folks too.
Right. But just because we do business with them doesn't mean that we can dictate to them how to operate, but we can certainly encourage them and say, hey, you know, if public comment works at our meetings, generally, right, we think that public comment at the College Board and the Transportation Authority and the Housing Authority and the Redevelopment Agency, if it exists, right, also makes sense, right? And so that's what this intended to do. I have some ways to reword this a bit, but the concept, I think, is still very much important.
Okay, anybody else?
Yeah, the only thing I would add in there is California State University system.
I'm sorry, you would add California State University system?
Like SF State, for example.
Correct.
I have no objection to that.
Member Anderson.
And I think we should make it clear in here that anyone who does receive benefits from the city, such as for which they have to provide information about their operations, is subject to sunshine.
Mhm.
Well,
Could be added in here too.
be careful. Can you give an example of?
Where is that? Where else is that in the ordinance? Yeah, yeah.
Right,
They've gotten something from the city. They've
right.
Information is provided about what happens at the zoo. And that includes something that probably would look like profit and loss figures or financial statements.
Mhm.
And so if they're providing that sort of information, then they should be subject to sunshine.
Yeah, part of that goes back to 29-7C and some of the provisions here, and there's another provision much earlier, 67.3 or 4. Let me find that. (67.4B). Anyway, if you can, Member Anderson, if you can find a good way to harmonize some of those pieces, because that suggests like a possibly big burden that's different from the 12L stuff.
Yeah, well, it says the city shall give no subsidy in money, tax abatements,
Right.
land, or services to any private entity unless that private entity agrees in writing to provide the city with financial projections, Therefore, for the project upon which the subsidy is based, and all such projections and financial statements shall be public records that must be disclosed.
I'm not sure that the city has ever operated like this or given effect here, and I'm not sure how this is workable and how this relates to other code sections in the admin code about private projects and subsidies and whatnot. The way I had, and I'm not sure how well that tracks with the first paragraph of 32 to begin with. I think the way I had it for 32 is to make the policy statement about other public agencies, and to have a 2-line statement under B. The way I had it would read, city funds, including membership dues, may not be used in support of restricting access to public meetings or public records. City funds may be used in support of increasing access.
So that's a rewrite.
Yeah, basically, but it also might cut out some of what Member Anderson is talking about, and I would encourage Member Anderson to find a way to capture that idea in a better place here. I'm not opposed to having that. I'm just not sure that it's on point in this section.
What if we, at the end of the section where, it says all of the things that they have to do and say, and to otherwise comply with the Sunshine Ordinance?
But that doesn't work in practice. I mean, that's like saying if we somehow subsidize a housing project somewhere, that if the entity building it is Mercy Housing or whatever, that somehow they become subject to the Sunshine Ordinance. And they're going to say, we can't do that. We're a private entity or something. You can't subject our entire organization to the Sunshine Ordinance because we took
How about
20,000.
12L?
Well, maybe.
It becomes very circular. Yeah, I don't know.
Right. Maybe if they're a nonprofit, but otherwise they're not going to have a 990. They may be a for-profit entity that's,
Okay.
how do big deals happen in
Right.
town?
Or we could say the department that receives their profit and loss reports is responsible for providing the information to Sunshine.
Or making it available, right? That they have, right. That's why I say, I'm not wordsmithing it right now. There are ways to finagle that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And there's definitely a lot that runs through here about public and private. Yeah.
Member Anderson, give me a high level, what, if you were to change the section, how would you change it or embellish it?
The department, I would say, I think we probably discussed this before, that if there is a project that requires profit and loss figures to a department, then that department is responsible for providing, I would say, providing sunshine, providing,
Disclosing those records.
disclosing those records upon request, yeah.
I would encourage you to keep thinking through what those terms mean and maybe think of some specific examples. Because others would say there was no profit or loss. There was simply a subsidized unit, and that wasn't a profit or a loss, so we don't have to give you anything.
Well, it's profit and loss, audited financial statements, and we could say, I'll have to think of the word, but there's something that if we're giving a entity such as the San Francisco Zoological Society
Right?
control over city property,
Right?
then there are reports that they, I assume, must provide to the department that would justify their continued control of an asset of the city. I'm sure there's a way, and I'd have to think about it, to say that when it is an asset of the city that's being controlled by private parties, that information provided to the department is subject to sunshine.
Right? And much of that in the case of the zoo was spelled out in a specific agreement. And now they're just saying, we're not living up to that agreement. And
Even
Rec
though we
Park,
signed it, yeah.
right. And Rec Park, it's not clear if they're, going after the entity as a material breach.
Yeah.
So agreements are only worth what they're written on and the people that are
And
implementing it.
And then we could put in there, and the department shall be held responsible for enforcing the sunshine ordinance with.
If the animals were in charge and not the people.
They wouldn't be there.
It's after 6:30. Should we take another round of public comment and then decide what to do next?
Yes.
Sure.
And a
Public
break.
comment and a public comment and break? Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyone wishing to make public comment, please raise your hand in the app or press star 3. We have no one in the room, no hands raised.
Okay, Ms. Peterson, if we could take, how about break until
6:42
6:45?
or so.
Okay.
The committee's in recess starting at 6:33 p.m. Microphones are off.
I want some.
Member Wolf, the microphones were not on.
My microphone's on.
Ah,
Well,
microphones are on at 6:43 PM.
I'm here.
We're back in session.
Can I just ask what time we're planning on going until?
how would you feel about, should we go till 8 or 8:30?
8.
I would prefer 8.
Somewhere in that range is.
I am hearing a request for 8. In which case, let's get to the end of this so we can get to our high level discussion.
Yeah.
Okay. We're starting back with section 6733. Is that right? Yes, department head declaration.
All right, if I may.
Member Pilpel, I'm gonna let you go, but if anybody else wants to, because I don't want to always start with you first, although I know you have thoughts on everything. So go ahead.
I've been known to think. I apologize for that. Terrible habit. So my view of 33 is that this should be rewritten, but this should stay. The concept that I had here is that you go from sunshine declaration to training to official misconduct. And that the folks that should be subject to the declaration are those who file a statement of economic interest, Form 700, with the Ethics Commission. I don't like this reference to city management employees and whatever. That's vague and doesn't really help me. Again, it's the idea of elected officials, department heads, members of boards and commissions who file a Form 700 with ethics, that they are subject to the Sunshine Declaration, that they are subject to training that is appropriate to their category of person, that not all training needs to be the same for everybody, and that ultimately their failure to do what they're supposed to do under the ordinance because they signed a declaration saying that they've read it and attended a training should subject them to official misconduct proceedings in the event that there's an allegation of a willful violation. However that all plays out, but that you go from declaration to training to official misconduct, that's the path. And that all of that gets captured in this section.
So it shouldn't just be the department head declaration because.
Correct.
Okay.
So where the training bit is elsewhere here, I moved that. I think that's now, I don't know where that is. No, the training is still in 33, but the official misconduct bit is at the end of 34.
Right.
I think I moved official misconduct into 33, and so I kept all of that, all the ethics related stuff in this area I put in 33.
But move official misconduct to 34.
No, to move it to 33. It's currently at the end of, it's at 34D now.
I'm sorry, there is no 34D.
Excuse me, it's at the end of 34. I apologize.
So you
I
want
created
official
the
misconduct in 33 or 34?
33.
Okay. Okay.
Again, different ways to slice and dice it, but I'm just saying the elements that I would have in 33. We can talk specific language another time, perhaps.
Member Anderson, what do you say?
So I'm trying to understand what Member Pilpel is saying. So you would you rename the section willful failure? Or would you name it department head or department or declaration and official misconduct?
My draft heading for 33 would be Sunshine Declaration, semicolon, training, semicolon, official misconduct.
Okay, thanks.
But again, something like that.
And
Mm-hmm.
so I'm in favor of keeping the management employees and all employees that have signed an affidavit of financial economic interest or what have you. I think that that is very pertinent, that those people have particular privileges that other employees don't, which forces them to into that requirement. So I think it should stay. I think if you're going to add official misconduct specifically for that section, it does not obfuscate or remove 6734. It doesn't repeal it or replace it. If you're talking about official misconduct for failure of that declaration and the training, that's fine, but 6734 must remain unto itself. The thrust of it is, it's just too important.
Member Pilpel, I'm confused by. And sorry, Member Wolf, I hear what you're saying. So you're saying keep 6734 as a separate section. Yes.
I mean, there has to be some enforcement, that is our only section pretty much for enforcement by the task force. That's it.
Okay.
So now if you remove 6734 and you move it into 6733 only for the provisions of the declaration and the training and all that, then it diminishes the task force's authority or its ability.
I didn't fully I was just trying to keep it to 33. So if I can broaden my thinking for a second, I was proposing to move the language in 34 to the end of 33 so that it would cover those three topics.
That would get rid of 34 because there's nothing left in 34. There are
Right.
two sentences.
Correct. And what I would substitute in 34 is what I call administrative complaint process. So what I'm proposing to put into 34 is all of the language that we would want, not necessarily my proposed language, but some language about administrative complaints pulled out of, where is it? 21E, 21F, where is that? And 30C. All that stuff that's elsewhere about how complaints are handled, in my view, would go here in 34. That if something like if a department fails to comply or incompletely complies or refuses to comply with a records request or does something wrong about meetings or blah, 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 what can someone do about it? They can either go to SOR if we're going to have the SOR, or if we nuke that they come here, but that all of those powers and duties related to handling of complaints administratively, which is here, would be put in this section. And that at the end of that, whatever enforcement authority this task force has would be at the end there in a new 67.34 C or D or E or however far we get, that the task force may order such person to do blah, 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 may refer, shall refer, yada, yada, whatever, right? And those,
See, I actually think that belongs in enforcement. I would leave 33 and 34 more close to what they are and have the non-compliance happen in the enforcement division.
okay, then just,
Yeah,
Because
The
it's about if what you're talking about
right?
is we issue an order of determination and they don't comply, then we have to do something about it. And then that's what raises to official misconduct.
If they are a certain category of actor, not necessarily everyone.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not so wedded to what the sequence is in the ordinance
Mhm.
as much as having a defined process for the task force to handle complaints with whatever powers and duties and enforcement authority is appropriate in one section rather than scattered around. And right now, there's no arguably defined process for a meeting-related complaint, only on a records-related complaint.
can I butt in?
Yes, please.
So construction and sequence is important because that's how it's read. It starts at the top, it waterfalls down. Okay, so if you move 6734 into 33, then that is going to apply to the thrust and the theme of 33 and 33 only. Right now, 34 sits independently, which makes it applicable for all kinds of allegations, but not just for declaration and training. And if you if you include it in that paragraph in 33 with those other two items with declaration and training, then somebody's going to come along and say, yeah, that's not how lawyers, interpret things. It's inclusive of that paragraph. And the title of that paragraph is declaration, training, and failure. So
Except that, remember, Wolf, if you scroll down to 6737 with severability, it does say provisions of this chapter are declared to be separate and severable.
but what does that even mean?
I think it means they can be taken independently.
Right.
I think that goes to if there is a court ruling that a part of this ordinance is unconstitutional or for some reason unenforceable, that doesn't negate the whole ordinance.
Okay.
And in fact, that has happened.
Yeah, that has happened if you don't have that severability clause.
That's right. That's why it's there.
Yeah, but it's not a matter of you can pick and choose what you want in the ordinance to either stand by itself and not connected or attached to something else. I mean, we go through this in 6721 all the time.
Okay, look, if my construction of 33 and 34 isn't the will of the group, and we end up keeping 33 roughly as is, keeping 34 roughly as is, and adding another section and renumbering and whatever, that's fine. I don't care about that as much. My point is that an administrative complaint process with some version of an A, B, C, and D is important to me, and in my view, should be in this Article 4 and not in Article 3, and should essentially take that language out of wherever it is, 21.
You want to codify the complaint process?
Not all of the provisions of the complaint process, but those provisions that are now in 21E. If you go to 21E now, it says, if the custodian refuses, fails to comply, or incompletely complies with a request described, blah, 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 the person making the request may petition the task force, et cetera, et cetera. I'm proposing to take that language or some version of it and move it from 21E to its own section about administrative complaints, because that's essentially what they're doing, is filing an administrative complaint.
Yeah,
And whether it relates to meetings or records, those complaints should be heard by this task force in some process that's laid out in our bylaws, in our complaint procedures, et cetera, that's, perhaps summarized here at a very high level, that, something like complaints shall be heard by the task force shall issue an order, the department shall comply, if the department doesn't comply, things happen, whatever.
Okay.
That all
Okay.
of that be codified here.
I just want to hear you say that, because I don't think it's worthwhile to create a fixed format or directive of our complaint process to be codified, because things will change. It may not work after a while. It needs to be tweaked, what have you. I think, yes, it needs to stay within our complaint process and our bylaws. I agree with that.
That's fine. I'm not suggesting any more specificity than is necessary, just that there be a complaint process that the public can avail themselves of, that it involves us, that we make, and by we, I mean this task force, makes determinations, orders are issued, somebody should feel compelled to comply, and if they don't, that there are consequences from that.
Okay. Fair enough.
And I am specifically, again, suggesting that that be pulled out of Article 3 and moved into Article 4. I view Articles 2 and 3 as having the substantive provisions related to meetings and records that city agencies, boards, commissions, and departments need to do. And if they don't do that, then what follows is that someone can file a complaint under this section or a section in Article 4 and say, hey, they didn't do what they were we think they didn't do what they were supposed to do. Please, task force, decide and help us. And that's what we do. Again, very high level.
Yeah, here's what I'm going to ask. Can we go to the page where Article 4 is introduced? Because you're talking about adding something, and it's not clear to me where we should add it. If you were to add it in this index, where would you put it?
Well, I was suggesting, again, that's why I was suggesting merging 33 and 34, and then freeing up 34 and putting it in 34.
That to me sounds like you're like, let's you're treating it like there's a room here, so let's put it in this room. I don't think we necessarily don't clear out a room. Tell me if you weren't if you were not going to.
If I were starting from scratch?
No, if you were starting with this list.
Sure.
And this thing that you think is not included here.
Yep.
Where in the order of the list would you put it?
But right there.
Well, I'm telling you, you can't get rid of 33 or 34. Where would you put it?
Probably right after 34.
Okay, and what do you want to call it?
Administrative complaint process.
Okay, you know what? I'm not going to edit here. I'll edit in the text.
Point.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't we just add it to enforcement provisions?
One could arguably, yes, in 35.
Because that's what we do.
Yeah, actually, I think that's a really good point.
One could. My thought was, and again, I'm open to different ways to handle this, is to leave 35 and retitle it judicial enforcement provisions and have that be ABC or ABCD, whatever, about what courts can do, and that flows after, again, that if we start with our process as being an administrative complaint process, then beyond that, either you go back to ethics if it's referred there, or you've got judicial enforcement provisions that once you've exhausted administratively, then your only other option is across the street at court. So that flows in my head but there are other ways to construct it.
Yeah, because we could just start with what we do here.
Right.
And then if that doesn't work, if the department doesn't provide the records, then we refer it to ethics and just put ethics as in that subsection. And then the third subsection would be go to court and sue.
I'm going to argue for, I think it needs to be a new section rather than under enforcement provisions, because if it's our administrative complaint process, it assumes there's something to enforce. But our administrative complaint process sometimes results in people being told, sorry, you know, we don't find a violation here. So there is no enforcement there. So
Procedure is not enforcement.
sorry, what was that?
Procedure is not enforcement.
Procedure is not enforcement. Yes, agreed.
Give me a second.
So remember, Pilpel, if we were to add an administrative complaint process or administrative complaint procedures section
Mhm.
without stating here everything that's in our complaint process, which I agree with Member Wolf should not be codified because it's going to need to change over time. What are the bullet point items that you would include in it that you think needs to be put in the ordinance?
Whether or not there's a supervisor of records function, I would generally start with the language in 21E about, you know, which right now kind of summarizes at a high level how complaints are handled by this task
Then
force.
why would we repeat it here?
Because I'm proposing to take it out of 21E and move it just to this section and broaden it to cover not just records complaints, but also meeting related complaints.
So could we write in here, move 21E here and broaden to include meeting complaints?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
How's everybody feel about that?
That's the concept. I think one could also tweak some of that, because where we get to, in practice, where we get to the end of a thing and we say you should make a record public, and the department says we already have or we're not going to, and we issue an order and they don't comply, then we get to the, well, what do we do now? And in some cases, we refer it to ethics, generally to not much satisfaction. In other cases, it just dies, or we send a strongly worded letter, and that's kind of the end of it. If we're okay that that's the end of the road, then I think we just continue to maintain that. I don't expect to decide tonight, but some way, somewhere, sometime, we need to have that broader discussion at the full task force with the city attorney, with other actors about what our powers and duties should be, either at the beginning, the middle, or the end of the road, right? If a department says you've asked for a document, it absolutely does not exist, and we say we believe it does. What do you do about that? If we say you have it, and they say yes, we have it, we say you should disclose it, and they say we're not going to, then what do you do? Right? If we say that we think that meeting was illegal, and they say we think the meeting was legal, what do you do? You know, at some point, either we have the power to decide or refer or do something to somebody, or we just say this is our final determination, and absent any further remedy, the only thing one could do, you've exhausted your administrative remedies. The only other thing you can do is go to court and see if they will do something else for you, in part based on our record. And now you're into 67.35.
So, Member Wolf, how would you feel about adding a new section between 6734 and 6735, administrative complaint process, which would essentially, or maybe be moving 6721E here and broadening it to include meetings?
I don't have a problem with that as long as it's a very broad, description of what it is, and more or less the way Member Pilpel had first explained it.
Mhm.
That there shall be an administrative process. The task force shall develop its own procedures for adjudication, blah, 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 all the way to the point of, and will, provide a determination or a ruling of some sort or a finding of some sort. And then if there's a violation of that, or they refuse to, compel, if they refuse to comply with the task force's order to compel, then it moves into the enforcement part. So you work on just procedures all the way through the final determination or the final findings of the task force. And then if there's non-compliance after that, moves into enforcement.
Okay.
That's like the natural order of things.
Okay.
But there should be no, like concrete description of what the complaint procedure is. That's got to remain under the purview and the flexibility of the task force.
Right. My level of specificity there is something like a complaint is filed, the task force shall hear it and shall determine
Yeah.
what to do about it. I'm not even sure I would keep the 45 days or, the 5 days after, blah, blah, blah. Just that a complaint that's filed properly with the task force for which the task force has jurisdiction shall be heard and the task force shall make a determination.
Yeah, and I agree that the ordinance does not explain that well anywhere.
Right.
So I agree. There should be some statement that it exists.
Yeah. Okay. So I wrote down I wrote down in brief terms what Member Wolf said. So in addition to the note, move 6721E here and broaden to include meetings, he said this new section should include, there shall be an administrative process. The task force shall establish its own procedures. The task force will issue rulings. If respondents refuse to comply with the task force's orders of determination, or I should say rulings, you move on to enforcement in the next section.
Something to that.
Something to that effect, like in broad strokes, but capturing what we're saying.
Yeah.
I'm seeing a lot of nodding here. Member Wolf, if that works for you, can we move on to
Yes.
6735?
Yes.
Can I clarify and ask Member Wolf a quick question?
Sure.
Okay, so my clarification is that however we call or construct this administrative complaint process or procedure for purpose of this section, I am interested in that covering complaints about conduct under Articles 2 and 3. In my view, Article 1 is simply a policy statement and it's great language, but I don't think there's anything that someone can violate in 67.1. Just says things should be open. This is the policy. Okay. I think Articles 2 and 3 have specific language, and as much as possible, I think that language in Articles 2 and 3 should say actor shall do thing. And so if actor doesn't do thing, that's a potential violation, right? It's not a notice shall magically appear. It's actor shall post notice. Notice shall include blah, blah, blah. So if actor doesn't post the notice, that's a problem for them.
So,
For example.
Yeah, but
I go ahead, Maxine.
but that's already there, right? All
Right,
we're
right.
doing at this point is just saying that for anyone who looks at the Sunshine Ordinance in Article 4, we're telling you how we're going to implement.
That's correct.
It
Yep,
is
yep.
that's in
Everything
the other
above.
3 articles.
Yeah.
All of the above.
Right. But my other point is that other provisions of Article 4, I don't think should be subject to task force review. So if for whatever reason, the Board of Supervisors, as they have for the last several months, has left the position on the task force vacant, I don't think that's a violation of the ordinance.
No.
I think that's something else maybe.
They had a right that they didn't exercise.
Correct. So what I'm saying is that I think complaints before the task force are proper as relates to alleged misconduct or failure or whatever under Articles 2 and 3. That's what we enforce. Article 4 says who does what to make it happen. But if somebody fails to file a sunshine declaration with the Ethics Commission, we don't enforce that. The Ethics Commission may decide to fine or penalize or whatever they want to do about that. But again, our purview with regard to complaints, in my view, is only about Articles 2 and 3.
I've got a comment on that. Around Article 1,
Yeah.
that we have run into several times in recent years where certain bodies have thought they were one thing, but they were really another, or there was question about that.
Mm-hmm.
And if the task force should have some authority to determine, based upon the law that we are implementing here, whether those bodies are what they say they are or not.
I agree.
So
That's a 67.3, Article 2, Section 67.3 definitions question.
Right, but I
Not
think
an
the
Article
task
1
force, I think the task force should be allowed to make a ruling
Mm-hmm.
on determining that definition for when those issues come up.
And that's exactly why I think that we should have specific authority over Article 2. And right now, it's not clear that we do.
But that's Article 1. We're talking about
No.
Article 1.
No. It's pretty clear that we have authority over records issues, 21E.
I agree.
It is not clear how we handle public meeting complaints under Article 2.
I agree, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the definition.
The definition is in Article 2. Article 2, Section 67.3, definitions, and those are specifically definitions related to meetings. What is a policy body? What is a passive meeting body? What is action taken?
Right. Okay. Got it.
I really don't think we're in disagreement about this one.
671. Yes, you're right. Okay. Definitely. You're right. Yes. I'm in agreement with you. So Article 2. Yes. Article 2 and Article 3. Yes. Agreed.
And
Member
then
Anderson?
Go ahead.
Time.
Okay.
My question to Member Wolf, though, was on enforcement provisions. So if we now have and would presumably still have the ability to refer to ethics, however you define willful, not doing that tonight, still not doing that. Are there other actors in the city or in the world, Member Wolf, that you think we either should specifically call out as being places that we can refer a matter to for enforcement, or that we shall refer a matter to upon certain findings?
I would like to see the task force be a party, or at least be able to address an enforcement issue to the court directly.
You said enforce an issue to the court?
No, to bring there's a question of enforcement, to bring it to the court directly, so that the court can order enforcement.
At the risk of taking up some time, can you play out for us some
Okay, so-
scenario where how this might work?
Yeah, so take we can take almost any complaint, okay, where there is a failure of yes, I know Mr. Cat's hungry. Uh, if if there's a failure to comply and we want to hold a respondent in willful failure or official misconduct, whatever we want to call it, just in not carrying out our order, then we would have the right to bring that as an action before court and have court order. Well, we have a right to bring a complaint before the court and have the court see that we have done our due diligence, and they already must take it with some gravity, to then for them to make the order for enforcement.
To do
there
what?
To compel the respondent to act.
Member Wolf, why would the task force do that?
Why would the task force do it? Because there's no other city agency that will do it.
But isn't the responsibility of individuals to do it?
Only if you say so.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. How would we decide when to do it and when not to do it?
What is happening right now with all our 6734 referrals to ethics?
Well, that's a slightly different question, but point
Not
taken.
really.
Well,
It's
hold on a second. I would suggest that what Chair LaHood is suggesting is that if one brings not a complaint, but if one brings an appeal of a planning department action or a public works action to the Board of Appeals, and the Board of Appeals overturns or modifies a decision of another agency, that the Board of Appeals decision becomes final unless someone goes to court to challenge it. And then that becomes the ultimate decision of the city, is the final administrative action. That is, in a way, an administrative appeal process. Similarly, if you bring a conditional use appeal from a planning commission action to the Board of Supervisors, if the Board of Supervisors overturns or modifies, then that becomes the final action of the city.
Unless they take it to court. Unless they take it to court.
Unless it's taken to court. The city generally does not, and I can't think of an instance where the city has gone to court. It's private parties that might take the city to court over its process. And then you're looking at administrative mandamus and on the record and whatever, all kind of things that I don't fully understand and can't fully articulate. But the point is that it is rare and unusual for one city entity to go to court to challenge an action of another city entity. It's not unprecedented, but it is pretty rare. And if you're suggesting that we set up a structure here where we can go to court to challenge an action to not disclose or do a meeting in a certain way by another arm of the city, that creates all kinds of weird things. And I would encourage you to think through that a bit. I'm not saying don't do it, but think about what that means. That somehow that means in some ways that an ordinance body such as us can challenge an action or the course of conduct of an agency, board, commission, or department in the charter, and you're setting up some weird and interesting.
Doesn't that happen?
What would Johnny Carson have said? Some weird,
Doesn't that happen in
wild stuff.
DC? Doesn't that happen in DC all the time?
Yeah, but we're not that. And, as much as somebody might say
it's
that being
similar,
5 minutes
though.
late on a on an IDR is a huge crisis for them, in the grand scheme of the world, it's probably not a huge crisis. And, to suggest that we could
We're
go
not
to
talking
court
about IDRs.
over what?
We're not talking about IDRs here.
Well, unless you're limiting it in some way. And I'm sure there are plenty of examples, good, bad, and otherwise, where this could get used and abused. And others might say, if the task force has those powers, we don't want that to happen, and let's just shut down the whole task force. You've bit off more than you need.
Well, that's being
that is a concern.
presumptuous. That's being
That's a-
presumptuous, I think.
But
Feel free to check out the Commission Streamlining Task Force or the prevailing winds at the Board of Supervisors or elsewhere,
Member Wolf,
Are they talking about that? Are they talking about getting rid of the task force?
Not this week, but we're not on the list yet. So I don't want to invite that.
I am more concerned that, I think we try to be consistent with every complaint that's brought to us. That said, certain, members of the community ask for us to be more forceful. And it feels with something like this that saying, okay, if you're enough of a squeaky wheel, we will go to court for you. I don't know. It feels like, I feel like our ability to administer the ordinance and that level of enforcement consistently concerns me. I'm not sure that we can do it appropriately.
I'm only concerned when we make a ruling and then the respondent does not comply.
Mhm.
And then we bring it to some form of an enforcement body entity, and then they don't comply either.
Mhm.
That's our biggest, it's the crux of our angst at almost every meeting now. So something has to change. And unless you're going to give the task force direct, punitive power, then you got to be able to take it up somewhere else than just the ethics commission, because the attorney general and the district attorney are not going to do anything. So what is the task force supposed to do? So
Require
that's
more
when
training.
Yeah.
well, but that's when you come up against here that if you don't do anything, then the task force has no teeth. And so what is its worth?
Well,
But don't we give people information and tools and arguments that they then can take to go to court themselves? And, if they've got a strong case, but can't afford to do that, I think there are other
ways.
How
there are
many
people,
go-
if it's a strong case, there are people who will help them pro bono, but I don't know that we can take that on.
Look, if that were the case, then the First Amendment Coalition would be using our fodder, our
Yes,
cases as fodder,
yes.
but for all their cases, but they don't.
Well, then here's the question: why not? Why aren't they?
I don't know.
And why do we think that we could use those in court any better? If we're not seeing others use our cases in court, then maybe it's something about the way we're handling the cases.
Well, first of all, there's a requirement in the courts that the local process be exercised.
Right.
If the local process has been exercised, that holds weight in that case.
Mhm.
Okay, so if the First Amendment Coalition or any other law firm or entity like that, is not bringing complaints here first, then there's nothing to bring to court.
I don't think that's what Member or Chair LaHood was talking about. I think she was suggesting that if some of the cases before us have merit, how come none of them have been recently litigated in local courts by any council, for-profit, pro bono, First Amendment project, et cetera.
There
I
was
think there
one
have been.
police case.
Yeah, the
Right.
documentary filmmaker.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
But
some
that,
have,
it's rare.
but most independent individuals don't have the kind of money or the time to be able to bring it into court.
Which
And they
is,
don't have the money for attorneys, so they come to the people's court, to us.
which is why we try to resolve as much as we can, and I think do a fairly good job of it. If I can
I
go back
agree.
to my Board of Appeals example, I can't think of a recent instance, or for a while at all, where the Board of Appeals made a decision to modify or overturn the Planning Department or Public Works, and Planning or Public Works didn't implement that decision, even if they didn't like it, and where the Board of Appeals felt that they had to go to court to somehow compel some other city actor to do something. It just doesn't work that way. An appellate body makes their ruling, decision, determination, and unless somebody goes to court, then that decision stands.
So then give us the same power as the Board of Appeals or the
Okay,
Board of
then-
Supervisors.
Then let's make clear in this ordinance that we are not just an advisory body, that we have some advisory functions, but that we also have decision-making functions, and that our final decision is in fact final, and that others may interpret, enforce, whatever, but that our decision is meaningful. And a combination of having the legal legs to stand on with that language and some gravitas and appreciation in the city would make our decisions more meaningful.
I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Okay, well, so
Let's do
it's
that.
not any of those things individually that make it happen. It's all of those things collectively that make it happen. You don't just earn respect because you tell somebody they should respect you. You build that respect over time.
Well, we've been at it for 20 years.
More than that. And
Well-
results have varied.
Well, I would say that that should be part of 6730D.
Okay.
6730D. Now we're backtracking.
About decisions.
About our
the sec-
power.
The section about
power.
powers and duties.
Bruce, tell Member Wolf, tell me where you want me to add something?
So in 6730D, okay, it says, in addition to the powers specified above, the task force shall possess powers as the Board of Supervisors may confer upon it by ordinance, whereas the people of San Francisco shall confer upon it by initiative. So if we're talking about giving us, including or codifying that we have similar or same kind of powers that the Board of Appeals or the Board of Supervisors have on our decisions being final, then that it should be in that section, I think.
So you would put it immediately following?
I think it should be inclusive.
It could be in D, it could be in C, it could be in the standalone section. But I think what we're talking about is some language to the effect that decisions of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force with regard to complaints filed with them shall be final decisions of that body.
Mhm.
Something along those lines.
But they should also say that it carries some weight. I mean, I think if.
What does that
I
mean, though?
Then you
That's
have to
saying
explain what that
I'm
means.
popular doesn't make me popular.
Oh, but
you know,
You'd like
it
that.
doesn't make the Board of Appeals or the Board of Supervisors popular.
No,
They're-
but they actually have powers. We can't say we are powerful and our decisions have meaning unless there's something that holds that up.
In the ordinance.
You have it written, you have it codified in law.
To
That's what
say
holds
what?
it up.
Okay, you want to add something that says decisions made by the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, or I feel like give me some language here.
So the rulings of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force are to be held as final and shall be complied with. Now, I think there should be something else that gives it weight, that because, there has to be some like something authoritative to it. I don't know what the Board of Appeals or the Board of Supervisors, when it comes to that, finalization of decision making, what the actual language is, but it could be similar to that, if not the same. So, I mean, we're asking the public to grant us this power, and it says it right there in D. And now what I'm saying is that it be described.
Here's the problem. It gets at what you were talking about earlier. We are part of the city, and we're saying to other parts of the city, you have to do this.
Yes.
Why?
Why do they have to do it?
Yes.
Because of everything above this section.
Mm-hmm. And what if they don't do it? What does that mean?
That means they're in violation.
And what does that mean?
That means that the task force should have some authority to provide a penalty or some.
Okay, so this is, and because we don't, it doesn't matter that we say this. So we can say our rulings are final and should be complied with. But if there's nothing we can do about it, there's nothing we can do about it.
So then I don't understand, if the Board of Appeals and the Board of Supervisors have similar finality, what happens when those people don't comply? Those parties don't comply.
They do comply.
What happens if they don't comply?
As I said, in the rare instance that doesn't happen, then someone can go to court to compel or enforce. But the city is structured such that final decisions are recognized as such and complied with, whether underlying departments like it or not.
Isn't that what I'm saying here?
But
No.
you see other departments defy the Board of Supervisors.
Do I see other departments defy the Board of Supervisors?
Yes, yes.
From time to time they do, yeah.
And then
Board
what
of
happens?
Supervisors can't do anything about it.
Not necessarily. Sometimes they can.
Right. Sometimes they can. But I'm sure that if push came to shove and there was enough opposition between those parties, one will take the other to court on as you said, on a mandamus suit to compel them to follow the law.
That's if it's a legal thing. If it's a policy dispute, you've got 2.113 about non-interference. You've got a lot of different types of checks and balances. I mean, I don't.
But the decision of the Board of Appeals is a policy decision.
Maybe it's a quasi-adjudicative decision.
Based on some policy.
Based on the charter, they have the specific power to review decisions if someone properly appeals it. And then it's a de novo hearing.
Right. So
let me just try to say this. If we propose language like this, this is the kind of language that I think is radioactive and is going to render all of the other recommendations that we make problematic and perhaps ignored. Okay. I think it is highly unlikely in this world, in this lifetime, that an ordinance body such as ours, even if approved by the voters, is going to have plenary power over an elected official or a department, particularly those enshrined in the charter. And we, advise, we urge, we require, we do any number of things to them, but the more we push there, we do so at some peril. And balancing those powers and duties among entities is a political question. And I don't see how we're going to amass greater power over entities that choose not to comply if they have a good reason to do so. If they have,
We're asking the voters to make this decision.
right, but we're still an ordinance body, and I'm not a lawyer, and I just think we're spending too much time on this section. We need to get through the rest of it and figure out what we're doing at a high level. Time check.
This is the elephant in the room.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a high level thing.
Okay, fair
Because
enough.
if we're debating this, that just saying our rulings are final and should be complied with is, I mean, actually we can say that, but I don't think we can expect that. I don't know. I mean, I think we can say, you know what, I'm getting a little bit distracted by the issue of court, which is what got us here. And I'm fine with adding a subsection that says rulings of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force are held as final and should be complied with. But I don't think we should expect that to change anything, because that's essentially what we've been saying all along. And
If anybody has a problem with that, they can certainly take it to court.
But we're not going to court.
No.
You were
My only
suggesting before
suggestion,
that we would be going to court.
my only suggestion about going to court is if we found a respondent to be in willful failure or in gross violation of the ordinance, that if there isn't a city entity that is willing to take on the enforcement, that we should be able to take it to court and have the court make a ruling.
I think at a minimum, I think there are problems with that. I think if we're adjudicating complaints, then we're adjudicating complaints. If we then switch sides and become the advocate for the complainant, that's different from.
No, we're advocating for ourselves, for our ruling. It's not the complaint's ruling, it's our ruling.
The best way I had at dealing with this, again, was going back to 33, where you require declarations of certain people, you require training of similar or those people, and you provide for misconduct and a process for only those people at the Ethics Commission as one route of enforcement. Not everybody in town, but department heads and elected officials.
And when has
perhaps
any
members of
that
boards
ever,
and commissions?
And when has any of that has ever worked? Even if it was a department head or higher? Never.
It's gotten a hearing in some cases. It's resulted in some change, and perhaps that's the area that we could pursue more.
Okay.
It
Member
never gets-
Anderson, hold on. Member Anderson needs a chance to speak.
Yes, I don't think we're going to resolve this because this is there are so many moving parts to doing anything regarding enforcement. And I believe even at task force level, we spoke at one point about enforcement and how that would look. And I think we're going to have to go back to task force and talk about enforcement and how that's going to look. It's important, or we either decide that we will push as much as we can, and then our last hurrah, not our last hurrah, but our last suggestion to the applicant is we can do no more. You have to go the court route, and good luck. We'll write a letter and say that you have exhausted all your administrative remedies and present this to the court.
Or you have the file.
Yeah, take your file. But are there any ordinance created task force or committees that have any kind of enforcement over departments?
That are ordinance bodies? Not in, I'd have to think about it some more, but not in a general way, maybe in very specific, limited
Yeah.
areas, but you know.
Yeah, it's a very difficult question, and it's frustrating for us because of and we talk about this in terms of the work we put into trying to secure records for people who have come before us if we feel that they have a right to them. But I think in this political climate that we're going to have to understand that there's only so far we can go. And we just say, we can't do it. We've done everything we can. You know, if you want a mission in your life, please make it your mission to give Sunshine some power to enforce. I particularly would love enforcement. And I think on the majority of cases that we have, the departments have complied.
Yeah, actually,
Right.
that's a good thing to state and to acknowledge. And
Yeah.
in fact, a lot of what we do on this committee is, I mean, I think a lot of it's about clarification and
Yeah.
mediation because, you know, there was some misunderstanding or miscommunication early on. Somebody didn't get what they want. And, you know, we're like, okay, let's go back and let's make sure they've got what they want. And sometimes, you know, we do get to the end of the road because, you know, a petitioner will think, well, there's still more, but based on what we've heard from the department, it's like, well, it does seem like they have done an exhaustive search and they've done as much as they can do. We've done as much as we can do. This is all the compliance that we can get, but we will call them back several times to get to that.
Yeah.
You know, and on the whole, you know,
Agreed.
on the whole, I think there is compliance eventually. Not every single time.
Not every single time, and we know some of the actors who always give us a problem, but for those, if we know the actors that are always going to give us problems, then maybe it doesn't take 15 or 10 meetings.
Right, we go
for
through
us
two
to
and it's
say,
like,
we
okay,
go
they're
through
not gonna
two,
do anymore.
They're not
Yeah.
gonna do it, you know, here. We believe,
Right,
based on the information you've given us, that you could go to a court and
Right.
do it, but I don't think
And
we're gonna do enforcement at this level.
Never
Not-
And then you have all the repeat offenders. You know,
Yeah.
doing the same thing over and over and over again.
Yeah, they
Never
do.
comply.
And again, I'm sorry if I'm repeating this and I would love to move on. I really think that this scheme with ethics of having elected officials, department heads, and perhaps members of boards and commissions be ultimately responsible, because they are ultimately responsible. I don't feel like holding a gardener or a bus driver or a nurse responsible, or even a mid-level supervisor or manager at a city department. It's ultimately the department head who's responsible for all their records and all their conduct. And if there's something that we've got to beef with a department, it's that department head, and they don't have to involve themselves in everything, but at some point, if it escalates to a level that involves them, if we get to a point of disagreement, we should be able to refer that to ethics with our compiled record, and they can hold a hearing on it. And at that point, we've washed
But
our
they don't
hands.
hold a hearing.
But that's not our problem, really.
It is our problem because it never leaves their legal department.
Okay.
The
Well,
legal
that's
department makes the decision.
So if we rewrite that section to say that all of those matters have to be heard by the Ethics Commission itself, then they will have to rewrite their regs to do that. And if
If
that's
the voters approve it or the Board of
Right.
Supervisors approves it. So we can ask for it,
right,
but we don't have power to make that happen ourselves.
No.
right.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is a good break point between our making a determination and somebody else doing something about it. Then we're not crossing a line of advocating to implement our own decision. We've just made a decision and others can do with it what they will. I'm good with that. If it's not working well that way, we can work on the implementation, but I think that concept is still good.
And also, we don't have the capacity
Right.
to pursue enforcement. Enforcement has to come from, it's not our job. We're adjudicating.
Right.
Somebody else. Yeah.
I get that, but we have to try to find a solution. Because the public is also relying on us to be somewhat of a level of maybe we can't have enforcement. They would love it, but at least if we have the ability to compel, there has to be some consequence.
But
Just to compel doesn't mean you're going to get it.
Right. But let's also bear in mind, if we can for a second, whether it's a meeting issue or a record issue, the public broadly is served by these laws. We are here to advocate for good laws and good compliance and good enforcement of those laws broadly. Someone who's got a specific beef with a specific department over a specific meeting or a specific record is not necessarily the same as the public interest at large. And we need to bear that in mind. One person who's got an issue with the department does not mean that, that department is broadly not complying with the ordinance. It may be that in a specific instance they aren't. So you got to balance some of these things. If we're going to spend a lot of time and a lot of money pursuing a thing for one person over one thing, that's not the same as fixing something for everybody broadly.
Member Anderson.
Time.
Okay. That was sort of a big idea thing. We were down in section,
We were in 34.
yeah, 37, 34. I'm gonna, oh, no, and then we were saying add a new section, administrative complaint process.
Yeah.
Right.
And then 67, 35, that's enforcement provisions. That's actually where we were.
Yeah.
On that for a second, and then maybe we finish the rest of this. I think there are some tweaks that we can make to 35 to make it more specific about judicial. And, I had an idea that if someone brings a judicial action while a complaint is pending with the task force, that complaint file shall be deemed withdrawn, that you can't really be in two places at once. If you decide to go that route, that's fine, but then you're done with us.
Mhm.
And some other tweaks that one could make here, but I'm generally with 35, except for 35D, which I think is weird and problematic.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to lose 35D or tweak it some other way. But the way it reads now, it's just weird.
Yeah, Member Anderson, you were agreeing with that?
Yeah, and I just wanted to say that normally if you go to court and there is an administrative process that the governmental agency is set up, that one of the first questions they'll ask you is, have you exhausted all your administrative remedies?
Mm-hmm.
So there is no doing both at the same time. You have to exhaust your administrative remedies and then.
Right.
So is everyone saying we strike D?
Unless someone comes up with an acceptable alternative. Yeah.
You mean what we just talked about in D, or completely the entire thing?
6735D says any
Oh,
person may
35.
institute proceedings for enforcement and penalties under this act in any court of competent jurisdiction or before the Ethics Commission if enforcement action is not taken by a city or state official 40 days after a complaint is filed.
Right. And the city or state official is probably the attorney general or this district attorney.
It's not clear.
Right. So are we saying that we should just strike this provision?
Why?
Why? No.
Oh, I thought that's what you guys were saying.
No.
That's what I said.
That's what he was saying, and then you agreed with it.
Oh,
No, I said that you can't have two things going on at one time.
Okay,
which has nothing to do with the fact that it's telling people that if nothing happens, if there's no.
so first of all,
By
don't,
an
yeah.
action, we have not taken steps that it shall be deemed after 40 days after a complaint, then we're not going to do what we're supposed to do as the administrative remedy. And therefore they can go to court and request their documents. So no, you can't take it.
Okay, although interestingly, I want to know where this 40 days came from, because I thought it was a 45-day rule that we had to hear something within
No,
45
no,
days.
that's in 21E.
Okay, so
This is the
are these
40-day
two things
rule.
in conflict?
No, they're two different things. The 45-day rule is that we're supposed to hear complaints within 45 days of when they're filed. The 40-day rule is that if enforcement action is not taken by a city or state official 40 days after a
It says after a
complaint
complaint is filed.
Right,
If a complaint
40
is-
days, right,
And we haven't heard it,
right,
then they can proceed without us.
right.
But the 45-day rule says we have to hear complaints within 45 days.
You're suggesting.
No, we
that
have
these
to
two
make a
provisions were
determination.
reconciled.
Yeah.
We
They
have to
weren't.
make a determination within 45 days.
Again,
Correct.
The
I
records
guess what
are
I'm saying is, if we
public or
don't
not.
have to make a determination until 45 days,
Right.
and they're saying that enforcement hasn't happened by 40 days, like, that's impossible.
No,
because
it's
this
two different things. Enforcement is after the 40.
Right, and what
after
I'm saying is, if enforcement happens after, and this is saying if enforcement doesn't happen by 40 days, we can do whatever we want. And our rule already says we have till 45 days to even make a determination.
No, two different things.
I know it's two different things, but
If we say, department, give up whatever amount of records.
yeah,
That's our order.
correct.
And if we're continuously asking for that after a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, they're saying that after 40 days, if there's no compliance.
No. This is after a complaint is filed, not an order. A complaint is filed.
Okay, hold on. I think there are 4 operative concepts here, some of which are understood or defined and some of which are not. Instituting procedures for enforcement and penalties under this act. There are no specific penalties under this act, so that's not really clear. In any court of competent jurisdiction, we generally know what that means, or before the Ethics Commission, it is not at all clear what it means to institute proceedings for enforcement before the Ethics Commission.
Exactly.
That's not defined. If enforcement action is not taken, it's not clear what enforcement action means.
Right.
That's not defined. By a city or state official, that's not defined. 40 days after a complaint is filed.
We know what
that's not-
filing a complaint is.
No, that's not necessarily filed with the task force. It doesn't say that here. And it's not clear
Okay,
what
I'm
it
going
means
to
to file
highlight
a
this and
complaint.
say, we don't understand what any of this means. Why
Because
is this here?
Because this was an idea that someone had in the Prop G drafting group in 1998 and 99 that made it into the ordinance that was never reconciled with other sections.
So I would say, if we don't know what it means, it
Right.
should not be here.
Well, that's generally where I am, but there may be other ways to reword this to make it actionable. Right now, I think it is difficult for anyone to interpret and act on this language because it is ambiguous.
It's very ambiguous, and I think what the spirit of it may have been is that if we have an order and then we go on and on, a year goes by, 2 years goes by, and there's no enforcement.
Or at least 40 days goes
30
by.
days goes by,
Right.
and there's no enforcement of the order, the department doesn't comply, there's no response from them, they're thumbing their noses.
Mhm.
They're saying, okay, you've made an order, thank you. But 40 days later, if you haven't been able to do anything to get the department to comply, then I have a right to take an action. But the wording may be problematic, but I think that's the spirit of it.
I
It's
agree.
like you don't have to wait 3 years
Right.
in order to file a complaint or a lawsuit. You don't have to wait 3 years. to file a lawsuit.
Arguably, it puts a department on a 40-day clock to decide to comply or
To
not
comply,
comply.
comply.
And if they decide not to, then they are at risk of being sued.
Okay, to be honest, if we read 6735 from the beginning, it feels like this doesn't have to do with the task force at all.
That's
Because
right.
it says any person may institute proceedings for injunctive relief, declaratory relief, writ of mandate in any court of competent jurisdiction to enforce their right to inspect or to receive sorry, I took out his or her. And I want to do that throughout. To inspect or to receive a copy of any public record or class of public records under this ordinance, or to enforce their right to attend any meeting required under this ordinance to be open, or to compel such a meeting to be open. So that has nothing to do with the task force. In fact, it's essentially saying people can do that without us.
Right.
Okay, so the next part also has nothing to do with us. And the next part also has nothing to do with us.
So to try to read in D that somehow after a complaint is filed relates back to us
Yes.
is a weird
Yeah.
way to read it. Not the only way, but it's a weird. There are lots of things like that when you actually get into this and read and try to interpret with the brain, English, that sort of thing. You get into weird places.
So in other words, the enforcement provisions have nothing to do with the task force
They have to do
That-
with the party who's filing the complaint.
and
There you
nothing
go.
to do with the task force.
You're saying your interpretation of 35.
Is that this has nothing to do with the task force.
That's not the only interpretation, but that is a reasonable interpretation of the actual language.
So
Yes.
you should ask.
Others may come to different conclusions. It is ambiguous.
Yes. We should ask whether or not this is just boilerplate language that's normally stuck within any ordinance or
Okay.
legislation.
We can go back and look. I can show you where, but I am pretty sure this D was added in the Prop G amendments of 1999 and was not in the ordinance prior to
Yeah,
1999.
but was A, B, and C there?
I believe it was in
But
some fashion.
all of them have to do with the same thing.
Correct. But the point is that I think D was we can go back and find that in the
The
vehicle.
only reason I can think D would be in here was to say that, yes, you have a right to do all these things, applicant,
Mhm.
but you have to wait at least 40 days. D is wait 40 days.
So it's the use of the word complaint that throws things off, because we use the word complaint but that's not what they're talking about in terms of complaint.
And I think 21E does not use the word complaint.
Yeah, so we'd have to have clarification.
What's so confusing about this is it's saying in any court of competent jurisdiction. So it's like you may institute proceedings, which means you haven't filed a complaint there. So the only complaint that may exist is the complaint that was filed with us, which is why this makes zero sense.
Yeah, but you can file a complaint. Well, complaint and complaint. A complaint you can file in any court. And remember, when this was put in there, the courts were broken up into
Municipal and superior.
municipal and superior.
Right.
Now it's all just the court.
Right, but here's the thing. When you look at the way this is written, it's saying you may institute proceedings
Yes.
for enforcement if the city hasn't taken action
Yeah,
40 days after a complaint is filed.
right.
So it can't be talking about the instituting of proceedings being the complaint.
You can't, I think it's what it's saying is that you can do all these things, but you have to wait and give the city 40 days to respond to what you filed as far as your complaint to the city.
And
Your,
where do people file complaints?
what's the next request?
No, that's not a complaint, that's a request.
Okay, then maybe at the time they did this, it was called a complaint about a department.
A, due respect, you're guessing. B,
Yeah.
I think
guess.
you got it right earlier. C, you weren't in the room. I was in some of those rooms as Prop G was being drafted. And D, again, back to B, I think you got it right the first time, that there was a kernel of an idea, as with other provisions in here, there was a kernel of an idea that you wait 40 days, then you can this, da, 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 right? But the language wasn't massaged enough. No city attorney reviewed this in advance. This version was not signed off by the city attorney as being legal or kosher, and it went on the ballot and it passed. And we've been dealing with the scrambled eggs ever since. And so this is our chance to fix it to a degree that is readable and workable with city attorneys to say, yep, that works, or to point out where there's an inconsistency and say, how do you want to resolve that?
Well,
Member Wolf.
let me just say this, that this speaks of an individual, not the task force.
Mhm.
It says if enforcement action is not taken by a city or state official 40 days after the complaint is filed. Okay. Now, whether or not the task force has 45 days to come up with a determination of whether the 45-day rule is for records. Okay. And it's only that we come up that the task force makes a determination whether the records are public or not,
Mhm.
not whether there's a violation, just whether the records are public or not. That's
Right.
all. And that's why we have given some authority of the complaint committee to make that determination so that we can get through our backlogs, because it's fairly easy to determine whether record's public or not. Okay, whether there's a violation of the ordinance because of how it was handled, that's a different story. Okay, that does not apply. That's a completely different issue. Okay, but what the way I read it is similar to what Member Anderson is interpreting it, is that, this is if they didn't come to the task force, if they or they just filed a complaint and did not request a hearing. Right now, the way the current ordinance is, you don't get a hearing unless you request it. A petition, you have to, you're a petitioner, you petition for a hearing. And we've had this before. We had this with Anymoose, whatever his name was.
Anonymous. Yeah.
Yeah, where he basically would file, or I think even also, what's his,
Doesn't matter.
who?
It doesn't matter. Just keep
Okay,
going.
well, we've had this where people would submit a complaint and then did not request for a hearing at all, because it's not required.
Okay. Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm not really interested in continuing to discuss this particular line. I
Let's
think the
move on.
bottom line is it is ambiguous.
Yep.
We should either fix it or propose to delete it. We don't have to decide that tonight, but at a minimum, it is ambiguous.
Okay.
On 67.36, I would suggest I like this section. I would make a couple of minor editing changes, but I think the concept is important, that this declares that at the level of ordinance, not at the level of ordinance versus charter, but at the level of ordinance, this ordinance supersedes other local laws. And that's important to understand the hierarchy. So I'm with keeping it.
Okay. I'm not arguing with you.
So no change to 6736.
I said I would make some minor wording changes,
Yeah, we're not
but
worried
yeah,
about that.
yes.
Member Wolf, anything on 6736?
6736. Well, that's already been blown out the water by the city attorney anyway.
How so?
Why? Because the ordinance does not supersede other local laws. I mean, it doesn't supersede the charter.
I said it does not supersede the charter, but compared to other ordinances or other code provisions, it should and it does. That's what it says. And I have not heard from the city attorney that they're disregarding this provision.
We've gotten arguments before about that before you came back onto the task force. We've gotten arguments that the city attorney had advised respondents that it's in there was that the ordinance does not supersede. I can't give you an example off the top.
If you think of one sometime, please let me know offline.
Let's put it this way. If, Member Wolf, if that were not an issue, would we be happy with leaving this here?
Yes, absolutely. And there's
That's
a balancing there's a balancing test in it too.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, 6737.
Leave it.
Yeah.
No objection.
No objection.
Again, I would have some wording issues, but I think the concept is totally important for all the reasons that Member Anderson pointed out earlier.
Okay, guess what?
We're at the end.
We're at the end.
Yeah.
So the question is,
Should we take public comment at this point?
we should take public comment, even though I think we're alone.
What was that Tiffany song? I think we're
Members of the online community, if you'd like to make public comment, please raise your hand in the app or press *3 on your telephone. I'll give you a moment. We have no one in the room, no hands raised.
Okay, so we got to the end. It's already after 8. We didn't get to, well, here's a question. We're meeting next week with the full task force. How can we move things along knowing that we're not going to meet again until October
at this committee, unless we're somehow magically able, which seems unlikely.
Yep.
Yeah, they are going to let us meet in there.
No. I had, and I don't know if other people did, I was trying to create like a short list of things, some of them which are sort of functional updates that I think we need to make, like, updating references to technology, making deadlines consistent throughout, updating disability and accessibility language throughout, things like rules for closed session are scattered throughout. We need to consolidate them in one place, clarify the descriptions of policy bodies, passive meeting bodies, and other like sort of high level things.
Yeah.
How do we want to come up with, we could take some time we could actually take some time at the upcoming task force meeting to do that. Those meetings, though, do tend to be long. Do you want to come in with your own and we just sort of, we each say these are our things and we want to, or do you have lists that you want to read through now?
Plenty of lists. I would say if we're not meeting again until October, then we have both the September and October full task force meetings.
Oh, that's right. We do.
So there's that. Even if the October meeting gets moved to a different day, whatever, we have probably 2 meetings of the full task force. I'm prepared to suggest a few things, whether they're in the weeds or high level or somewhere in between, that I think are more important.
Are you prepared to read them into the record so I can type them up quickly?
I could be prepared in a moment. I think the high level question for me is, what do we actually need to go to the voters about? Right now, we have to go to the voters on everything. I'll just tell you, just because now's a good time, I would like to add a section that essentially says the Board of Supervisors may amend this ordinance under certain provisions. So we would not have to, one would not have to go back to the voters for subsequent amendments unless the Board of Supervisors fails to act or the voters want to make further changes. Because right now we can't make any real substantive changes to the thing without going to the voters. So that is literally the highest priority for me.
Didn't that proposition change that?
No, there was a proposal to do that. There have been a couple of different versions, but the most significant proposal on that failed. So
Was this where you were talking about, it was, or maybe it was you, or maybe it was one of you, I can't remember who, talking about when you say under certain provisions, or you mean under certain conditions?
Yeah.
And that would be like a two-thirds. vote of the board?
two-thirds, 30 days in print, maybe findings, whatever. We can talk about those conditions, but I think there should be some way to amend this ordinance. The idea that's in 67.30 and that this task force did several times in the 90s before Prop G is that where we identified something that was wrong or that we wanted to fix, we proposed an amendment. The city attorney drafted it. It was brief. It was just on that particular topic. We forwarded it to the board. And in most cases, the board made that amendment or tweaked that, but the thing got fixed.
And when you say 30 days in print, you mean having the language publicly available for 30
Yeah.
days? Okay.
There are other ways to tweak that. It could be 45 days. It could be findings. It could be 3/4 rather than 2/3, et cetera. But it's some process by which this thing is not so set in stone as it is now.
You're indicating that in 1999 or whenever this was revised, that you came up with language and it went to the city attorney and then it went to the Board of Supervisors and then they put an amendment on the ballot.
No, they just
They just-
enacted it by ordinance.
They couldn't do that now?
Nope. In most cases, no, because the voters amended the ordinance in 1999, and by the voters amending it, that removes the right of the board to
to
amend
do it.
unless the legislation specifically provides that the board may
Gotcha.
amend.
Okay. So before it was possible, after it was not.
Right.
Okay.
Clarification. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, just as a brief example, the language in 67.24, E3 about negotiations for leases, permits, and franchises, that was not in the ordinance. And we said, hey, where there are those circumstances, we think there should be a summary prepared by the end of the week, blah, blah, blah. City attorney drafted that. There was concern at the time about the public, what was it? Cable TV, the cable TV contract with the city and Viacom, whatever. Anyway, it was a franchise agreement. So we drafted language and the Board of Supervisors said, yeah, when that happens, they should do that, blah, blah, blah. They agreed and
How
there you
about
go.
your recommendations for going forward?
Sorry.
with that?
So the amending the thing,
I put that in.
okay. Supervisor of records,
I have that too.
if
Yeah.
we think that's not happening, we should propose to kill that and take it out because it's just not, I mean, it's happening, but is the value worth the cost?
Okay.
Perhaps not. We might consider televised meetings, or what do we call them? Hybrid meetings, that there's nothing right now in the ordinance that requires hybrid meetings. We might propose that unless law prohibits it, that all bodies that have public meetings should have a hybrid option. For example, there may be provisions about IDRs that we want to clean up that we think are important enough to send to the voters. And there may be other technical things like Chair LaHood, like you suggested, that could be done throughout. Or it may be that we say our intention is to do those, but we'd prefer to do those all through the board because
Because we
departments.
know they would want to do that. I mean, that's like.
Right.
Yeah.
And there may be other things that we've talked about at great length here that involve technology, that involve human resources, privacy, public safety, whatever, where we really do need to have a broader conversation with other city departments. And there really isn't going to be the time to do that now, or they're going to come up with the wrong answer. And so we would rather have the opportunity to do that through that two-thirds process or some other thing to do it right. You can do something quickly or you can do it right. You usually can't do both of those. I may think of other things, but those are my broad, high-level things. There's nothing about the task force composition or powers and duties or anything else that I think is so fundamental that we need to go to the mat on right now.
Yeah. I'd suggest that we also talk enforcement.
Mhm.
And if nothing else, we can figure out at that point whether we think that it's possible for us to get some enforcement powers, quote unquote, powers in this task force, or if we will just acknowledge the fact that we will do as much as we can,
And that's
push as much as we can, and then after that, just
It's up to
It's
you.
up-
You're on your own.
you're.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, and somewhere in our bylaws, we may want to, in our policies and procedures, we may want to say for those departments that consistently present that sort of roadblock to public disclosure, to providing citizens with the reports that they need, that we, within our reports to the Board of Supervisors and on our website, we will name those departments. And we will keep a running tally of complied, did not comply. So people can know. That would be a public record too, who complies and who doesn't. So we would just be fulfilling our function to make it, make information available to the public.
Okay.
Who's complying and who's
Yeah.
not.
I'm not even sure if we need to change the ordinance to do that, but I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair point.
Member Wolf, any ones that you would put high on your list that haven't been mentioned or that you want to emphasize?
Hello, Member Wolf. Member Wolf, you've been unmuted.
Just a little bit of feedback there.
Yeah.
I'm seeing the microphone active, not hearing him.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
Great.
I was asking if you had any other high-level ones to add. Member Pilpel said adding a section that says the Board of Supervisors may amend this ordinance under certain conditions, hypothetically, two-thirds vote, Board of Supervisors, task force, and 30 days in print. No, you don't.
Because things are too chaotic with regards to politics in the city. You never know what's going to happen. You have a rogue Board of Supervisors one year, and what do? They start, making all kinds of changes. What the next time they're going to repeal all that, rewrite it? No, I don't think so. I think if it remain, if this should be one of those, kind of enshrined kind of laws. I really would prefer it to be like in the charter, but it should be somewhat enshrined, and it should be a very, very high bar to make changes to it.
And you think two-thirds is not a high enough bar?
Two-thirds of what? Two-thirds of
The Board of Supervisors plus two-thirds of the task force.
Yeah, I still don't. I
Not
don't.
high enough.
I don't like it. No,
Okay.
sorry.
That's okay. I can make some notes on here on,
Okay.
these are hotly debated ones. How about the supervisor of records? If, that work is not happening in an effective way, should we remove that position?
But I think the city attorney will admit that he's the final arbiter, until somebody challenges his opinion. The city attorney's opinion is law until somebody challenges it. A written opinion.
Right.
That's why he doesn't do it.
Right.
Right. So if he's not doing it, then why do we have that?
Well, no. I'm saying he's not writing written opinions.
Correct.
No, let's be clear. There's a provision about the supervisor of records that any person that feels that they didn't get the records that they wanted can file a petition with the supervisor of records for an opinion about the matter. We received their annual report. I think last time said they got 35 petitions or something like that. Took them some amount of time to wade through that and respond. They did. So there was some amount of effort, translation, money that went into that function. We could recommend that function costing that amount of money is not as beneficial as money could be spent on other things. And we could say, for example, if it's a half time of a city attorney for a year that costs X $100,000, then instead of that, not only should the Board of Supervisors have one staff person, but they should have two staff people for this task force. And so we could trade off those resources to better serve this task force and the public generally by eliminating a function that is of questionable value.
Sure, I'm for that. They want to transfer the responsibility of the supervisor of records to the task force. I'm all for that. Sure. Take it out of the hands of the city attorney. Yep, I'm up for that.
And whether or not we keep that function, or we just say that in addition to the PAT position, that we would like a legal assistant or another clerk or somebody else to help shepherd complaints and give people advice and whatnot, that we might have some greater flexibility there rather than this particular function that the city attorney is doing to a greater or lesser extent.
Yeah, I did a considerable amount of research on that many years ago.
Okay.
Okay, and then considering hybrid meetings, unless law prohibits it, all bodies that have public meetings should have a hybrid option. And you mean for the public, not for the task force members or commissioners, is that correct?
Right.
Yeah. And then cleaning up provisions around.
For example,
Yeah.
yeah.
Cleaning up provisions around IDRs. I don't know what I meant. For certain items we need for, this is sort of, you were saying we need to talk to departments about other things. That wasn't a specific recommendation. And then member Anderson said, we need to talk about enforcement. What powers can we get? Or do we just acknowledge that we can do as much as we do? And then that's the end of the road and you're on your own. And then for departments that consistently present roadblocks to public disclosure, that we, in our reports to the Board of Supervisors and on our website, will name those departments. So, yeah. So Member Wolf, do you have any that you would add?
Yeah, no, I think I've presented everything that I have on my list.
Okay.
I don't see anything else.
Okay.
Can I add one other thing that's not
Sure.
inconsistent?
Sure.
And you may have referred to this in your comments, updating state code references. So all those references to 6250, we should probably convert to 7927, et cetera.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And let me look at mine to see if there were, okay, we talked about enforcement.
What about whatever is being repeated from state law? that,
Oh, you know, I did make a note. Hang on.
or if it,
I
you
said
know,
add references where Sunshine Ordinance aligns with the CPRA throughout and note where it
Yes.
expands rights.
yes, yes.
Yeah.
That's important.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I sort of went out of order with the ones I had mentioned.
Yeah, there's
Uh,
very few complainants that actually include the state law citations, and they should.
Yeah. Actually, I had, and I didn't get all the way through, but I had pulled some notes from like our right column commentary. And somewhere in there, we said, ask voters to require that the Board of Supervisors or Ethics to review cases of willful failure, which, I mean, this is one option in terms of enforcement. Then we had said, possibly add additional training requirements for representatives or department heads who fail to comply with orders. That was like another option. I'm just going to group these together as possible things.
Can I just ask a
Mhm.
quick question?
Yeah.
Again, sorry.
Yeah.
Without defining willful, can we just think for a second, are there cases where, or instances where we can conceive of a failure, a violation that wouldn't be willful, et cetera, where we would want somebody else to look at it, to enforce, to do something about it, even though it wasn't willful?
Well, that might be a situation where it's like this department is failing to comply because they don't have enough resources. And the only way to fix this is if the board of, you know, if the
Right.
city gives them more money to hire people to do it.
Right. But is that a referral to enforce, or is that
No, it's
something
a call
else?
for help.
Right? It's something else. Yeah, it's a call for help. Sure.
We have had cases.
I know.
Well, because those are the only ones that they'll kind of look at before they say no. But we do have ones where it's not willful.
I understand, but I guess I'm just asking without having a great answer, if somebody failed, violated, whatever, and it wasn't willful, is there any point in sending it anyway? Yes, maybe we send a letter, right? But the letter isn't really asking for enforcement. It's not, it's asking for something else. So I'm just thinking maybe this issue of willful versus not willful with regard to ethics really isn't that important. That the only ones that we should be sending to ethics for enforcement are where we think it's willful, whatever the definition is.
In our training for Sunshine Ordinance, I don't know how different it is for the departments because I haven't looked at that. But doesn't it say that these requests by the public are priorities?
If not, it should.
And if it's a priority, that means you're supposed to do it.
Right.
So then
Within-
we can send it to ethics and say, you know, based on our own training and what we think of sunshine, these should be priorities. You know, you don't drop the emergency, but it is a priority and you can't throw it at the bottom of the heap. So.
Well, or even if they put it at the bottom, that things have to move up to the top, right? That ultimately, and I think Chair LaHood, you just suggested this, that if a department is under-resourced for this function, or they're not digitizing records, or they're not storing them properly, or whatever, that's some other thing about budget and priorities and resources. It's not so much of a willful, it's
not willful if they're showing some action on it.
Yeah.
Like
Right.
when they say, oh, we don't have enough
Initiative.
people, sorry, we can't do it, and it's 6 months later. But if they're, you know, releasing things on a rolling basis,
Right.
or they're showing some movement.
Initiative.
right.
Yeah, initiative, yeah.
If they say it may take us a month to get through this request because it's got multi-parts and they're all over the city and blah, 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 I might accept that. If they say it's going to take us 20 years to digitize all our records and we've got boxes all over the place and we have no funding, so 20 years is really speculative, then really there's a resource issue.
Exactly. But
And we don't really have a good mechanism to address that right now.
no, but that's up to the department head to make
Well,
sure he has the resources available to do the work. Now, I think the only thing excuse me, Member Wolf, I think the one thing we can do is put the name of the department up there, and the department can come back and give them a chance to say something about why they didn't do it. And if they want to write up there that we don't have the budget to do it, we asked, we couldn't get it, then maybe that's something they can use to get more funding.
Right.
Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah.
All this will change. All this will change with technology and AI. Believe me.
I think it may get worse. I don't know that it's going to get better. I'm sorry if it's slightly off topic, but I think this points out that much of the time that we spend is really complaint driven and is either gotcha, you were 5 minutes late, or I think you've got a thing, you think you don't have it, whatever, and that we're not doing enough of the 67.30D advising departments about ways to comply, sending letters, strongly worded or otherwise, talking about resources, ways to organize, trying to be more collaborative. I think we're doing too much of the adversarial, some of which is necessary, and not enough of the collaborative and advising piece. And I don't think that requires a change to the ordinance. I think that requires a shift in our priorities or in what we see as remedies to solve a problem. That sometimes it's not just make an order saying you were in violation. Sometimes it's send a letter to the department advising that another couple of people or some better training or a different process would help. Sorry.
Okay, we are coming up on 8:30. All the clocks say something different. It's either 8:34, 8:33, or 8:30.
Something.
8 o'clock.
It is past 8 o'clock.
We have a recommendation to make to the full task force based on these discussions?
Well, I've got a list. I had my list. I had what you all brought in. If you would trust me to condense this, and what I will do is I may make some subcategories, like higher level things that not speaking in the microphone, higher level things that we are going to need to discuss all together and come up with some specific requests and language. A list of sort of throughout this document, things that need to be cleaned up and updated for clarity, for modernity, and respect and technology. And then I would say a third category would be sections that need to be streamlined and clarified, but aren't necessarily, that haven't come across through our discussions as super high level priorities. And I would say that's maybe the list that won't be as complete for this next one, because I think it would be helpful for all of us to look back at it again, because maybe there's some things that I'm seeing as, oh, these are important and these are sort of more ancillary, that you all might say, no, those were actually really important changes. We need to surface those too. So here's what I'd like to do is I will clean up, a version of this list to send to Pat to add to the September full task force hearing. And I'm going to add some instructions in there for additions and edits by this committee and full task force members, and how they can deliver those to be included in the October agenda without us violating, what do you call it when you have
Serial meetings.
serial meetings?
All they're doing is submitting it. That's
Right, they are submitting it, and then we will be able to take that and look at it again and, and have a second conversation in October before we meet again. So I actually think we can have a couple of meaningful conversations with the full task force before we get together again in October. Okay, I'm seeing nodding here. Bruce, how does that sound?
Is a motion helpful?
I don't know. Do we need a motion? Or is this just,
No, we still got one last thing.
what's the one last thing?
Announcements.
Yeah.
Oh.
Questions.
Well, actually, you know what? Maybe we should take public comment though. Is anybody there?
Anyone wishing to make public comment, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. We have no one in the room, no hands raised.
And is Member Wolf, can we get a
Sign of life.
voice check?
Member
Okay.
Wolf, I'm going to unmute your microphone.
Oh, I'm here. I'm here. Sorry,
Okay.
I was on.
Sorry, did you, did the plan for, cleaning up the list? Yes, you're good with the plan. Okay,
I'm good with the plan.
okay.
I guess I don't feel compelled to make a motion if, at a minimum, it's the sense of the body that pursuing a ballot measure through the Board of Supervisors for either the June or November 2026 election is important to us, and that some components may include the list. I'm good with that. I mean, that's essentially, I think, the notion that we are advancing out of these hours and hours of fun. Maybe.
Yeah,
chit chat.
and then if that doesn't work, then, there are others out there who are going to be trying to
Do
get a-
something else.
do a petition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, it's almost like saying, how come Doge hasn't been in the news in the last month or two? That there are thoughtful ways to fix government, and there are, chainsaw ways. We're trying to be the thoughtful approach.
Are we good?
All right.
Okay,
So that's the idea. Something along those lines
Yeah.
is what you can express. Okay.
sure.
If we don't need a motion, then that's fine.
Yeah, I don't think we need a motion. I'm just gonna type stuff up.
So no action taken, but
No action taken,
and more in October.
and more in October. Ms. Peterson,
Thank you for guiding us through the.
I hope it's
Muddy
helpful.
waters.
And, and actually, I just want to say thank you, everyone. It's good. Like, I know sometimes we, butt heads and get a little bit in the weeds, but I do think we're making progress. And, I don't know about you, but like reading back through some of the commentary and changes, like I'm able to sort of look at all of it and say, I'm like, I think we are getting somewhere. So
Absolutely.
shall we call the next item?
Item 6, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Compliance and Amendments Committee.
Does anybody have anything?
If there's any way we can have a special, I'm open to that.
I don't, Ms. Peterson we're on just the regular schedule as far as we know.
That is correct.
And is that, actually, maybe this is what Member Pilpel was getting at. Is that, the policy for now, or is that the policy for a particular period of time, or is that just the policy going forward?
I do not know. I can get clarification.
That might be helpful because it would be interesting to know if things might change, say in the new year, given shifting resources or at some point in the future. If this is something that is a resource-driven decision, it would be good to know if additional resources appear at some point, would it be possible to add additional meetings?
Clarification. Am I asking for the time duration or the rationale?
Let's start with the time duration.
I mean, sorry, not to reopen the last item necessarily, but if it's some legal thing, whatever thing, right? We could write a line in with the bylaws that the task force or its committees may schedule special meetings, subject to availability at any time they choose, I'm
Let's
just
start
saying,
answer
I
first,
understand,
and
but I'm just saying,
Yeah.
if one thing at a time. If the winds change, I am open to special meetings. That was my point.
Okay. Any public comment on this last comment or anything else to add? But it looks like people are ready to go have dinner.
We have no one in the room, no one online.
Okay. Next item, please.
Has Victor been here the whole time?
His line is live, but he's probably doing something else.
Would you repeat that, please?
It was about Victor. It's fine.
Item 7, adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
All in favor?
Uh,
Aye.
Meeting is adjourned at 8:41 PM. Microphones are off.
Thank you, everyone.
Goodbye.
Recording is ending.